Good morning to all participants. Welcome to the 13th Dentistry Scientific Festival International Webinar, Universitas Brawijaya 2022.
We would like to remind all the participants
Good morning all participants. Welcome to the 13th Dentistry Scientific Festival International Webinar, Universitas Brawijaya 2022.
We would like to remind all the participants of the 13th Dentistry Scientific Festival International Webinar 2022 held by the Faculty of Dentistry, Universitas Brawijaya. To be able to turn off the microphone if it's not necessary, always turn on the camera, and prohibited to sleep during or eat during the webinar. Then we also would like to remind all the participants to change the username according to the webinar's rules, which is registration number _ participant's full name. For example, 13 _ Nahira Azahra.
Establishment of the Faculty of Dentistry began with the issuance of Director General of Indonesian Higher Education on July 2008 as the dental study program, which is under the auspices of the Faculty of Medicine Universitas Brawijaya. Changing status from the study program to the Faculty of Dentistry occurred with the approval of the Ministry of Administration and Bureaucratic Reform on October 2015. The vision of our faculty to become an internationally known Faculty of Dentistry with an active role in active building through the process of education, research, and community service in 2026. Mission 1. Organizing the quality of education for students to have superior academic, professional, and entrepreneurial abilities. 2. Develop high-quality research and international standards in the field of dentistry. 3. Developing and disseminating dentistry science and technology to improve community dental health. And 4. Building national and international cooperation in developing education, research, and community service. Now, the Faculty of Dentistry Universitas Brawijaya has 2 study programs: undergraduate study programs and dentist professional study programs. The total number of students is 641 with 78 lecturers who have doctoral, master, and specialist qualification in various fields. Until now, 336 dentistry graduates have worked as professional, entrepreneurs, and lecturers. Based on the human resources, the next plan is to develop a new study programs, master's degree, and specialist study program. In research, the Faculty of Dentistry Universitas Brawijaya has several leading research topics, and some of them registers for intellectual property rights. By the existing research roadmap, the next goal is to create innovative products in the field of dentistry.
Faculty of Dentistry of Universitas Brawijaya prepares competent dentists in accordance with Indonesian Dentist Competency Standard. Our program is made up of 2 stages of education, the academic stage, or what we call undergraduate program of dentistry, and the professional stage of dentist professional program. The education system of the stages refers to the national standard of higher education which is in accordance with regulation of Ministry of Research, Technology and Higher Education or Standar Nasional Pendidikan Tinggi, Permendikti Number 44 of 2015 and Indonesian Dentist Competency Standard of 2016. In the undergraduate program, the student must complete 146 credits that are divided into 14 blocks within the learning period of 7 semesters of 7 years at most. Our learning process emphasizes on student active learning with problem-based learning as the main method, as well as practicum and lab skills. In addition, in order to get their bachelor degree, student must complete an undergraduate thesis as the final assignment. At the stage of dentist professional program, the student must complete 32 credits within the learning period of 4 semesters. At the end of this stage, students are required to take part in National Dental Profession Education Competency Test in order to earn a degree of Doctor of Dental Surgery.
Faculty of Dentistry, Universitas Brawijaya is committed to providing quality human resources as well as providing the best services and facilities to produce professional dentists. We have 78 lecturers who have the qualification as doctors, masters, and specialists from various fields: orthodontics, prosthodontics, periodontics, oral medicine, conservative dentistry, pediatric dentistry, dental radiology, and oral and maxillofacial surgery. We also provide professional education staff to support the process of providing education, including dental technicians, radiographers, laboratory analysts, information technology staffs, and also administrative staffs. The facilities we provide are lecture rooms, auditorium, computer-based test or CBT room, and OSCE center, which have been nationally standardized, and discussion rooms, reading room, room for student activities, gazebo, canteen, mosque, cool and comfortable garden. We also provide laboratories that have been provided with adequate equipment, namely integrated oral biology laboratory, integrated laboratory of preclinical skills, and integrated dental dentistry laboratory. We also provide adequate information technology facilities for distance learning or e-learning. Administrative services at Faculty of Dentistry, Universitas Brawijaya have used an integrated information system through Gapura UB. Gapura UB is an integrated service information portal system that provides easy access to information and administrative services for all users.
New student admission for undergraduate programs in university held based on Permendikti dikti, where in the Universitas Brawijaya, the recruitment and selection by SNMPTN, SBMPTN, and SNUB. There are some of student organization in Faculty of Dentistry, Universitas Brawijaya, such as Student Executive Board or BEM, Student Representative Council or DPM, Dental Scientific and Research Forum or DENTISTRY, which is active in scientific files, and Islamic Dentistry Student Forum or FOMIKAGI, which is active in Islamic spirituality. Student activities carried out by Faculty of Dentistry, Universitas Brawijaya are quite diverse in many files, in soft skills, development files, sport and art files, and scientific files. In the last 3 years, students of Faculty of Dentistry, Universitas Brawijaya gained more than 100 achievements at national and international levels. International achievements include being a presenter and winner at the Asia Pacific Dental Student Association, WICO, and International Innovation and Innovative Competition. Scholarships available for Faculty of Dentistry Universitas Brawijaya students consist of Bidik Misi, Bakti BCA, PPA, Pertamina, Salim Foundation, Regional Affirmation, and many more. Health services for Faculty of Dentistry Universitas Brawijaya students can be obtained at UB Clinic and UB Hospital or RSUB that serve general health, dental health, and specialistic health services. Our motto is high achievement with humble heart.
Profesional terbaik. FKJUB berarti untuk negeri.
Good morning to all participants. Welcome to the 13th Dentistry Scientific Festival 2022 International Webinar Universitas Brawijaya.
We would like to remind all the participants of the 13th Dentistry Scientific Festival International Webinar 2022 held by the Faculty of Dentistry Universitas Brawijaya to be able to turn off the microphone if it's not necessary, always turn on the camera, and prohibited to sleep, eat, or drink during the webinar. Then we also would like to remind all the participants to change the username according to the webinar's rules, which is registration number _ participant's full name, for example, 13 _ Nahira Azahra.
Good morning to all participants. Welcome to the 13th Dentistry Brawijaya Scientific Festival held by the Faculty of Dentistry, Universitas Brawijaya.
We would like to remind all the participants of the 13th Dentistry Scientific Festival International Webinar 2022 held by the Faculty of Dentistry, Universitas Brawijaya to be able to turn off the microphone if it's not necessary, always turn on the camera, and prohibited to sleep, drink, or eat during this webinar. Then we also would like to remind all the participants to change the username according to the webinar's rule, which is registration number _ participant's full name. For example, 13 _ Nahira Azahra.
Establishment of the Faculty of Dentistry began with the issuance of Director General of Indonesian Higher Education on July 2008 as the dental study program, which is under the auspices of the Faculty of Medicine Universitas Brawijaya. Change in status from the study program to the Faculty of Dentistry occurred with the approval of the Ministry of Administration and Bureaucratic Reform on October 2015. The vision of our faculty to become an internationally known Faculty of Dentistry with an active role in active building through the process of education, research, and community service in 2026. Mission 1. Organizing the quality of education for students to have superior academic, professional, and entrepreneurial abilities. 2. Develop high-quality research and international standards in the field of dentistry. 3. Developing and disseminating dentistry science and technology to improve community dental health. And 4. Building national and international cooperation in developing education, research, and community service. Now, the Faculty of Dentistry Universitas Brawijaya has 2 study programs, undergraduate study programs and dentist professional study programs. The total number of students is 641 with 78 lecturers who have doctoral, master, and specialist qualification in various fields. Until now, 336 dentistry graduates have worked as professional, entrepreneurs, and lecturers. Based on the human resources, the next plan is to develop a new study programs, master's degree, and specialist study program. In research, the Faculty of Dentistry Universitas Brawijaya has several leading research topics, and some of them registers for intellectual property rights. By the existing research roadmap, the next goal is to create innovative products in the field of dentistry.
Faculty of Dentistry of Universitas Brawijaya prepares competent dentists in accordance with Indonesian Dentist Competency Standard. Our program is made up of 2 stages of education, the academic stage or what we call undergraduate program of dentistry and the professional stage of dentist professional program. The education system of the stages refers to the national standard of higher education, which is in accordance with regulation of Ministry of Research, Technology, and Higher Education or Standar Nasional Pendidikan Tinggi, Permen Ristek Dikti No. 44 of 2015, and Indonesian Dentist Competency Standard of 2016. In the undergraduate program, the student must complete 146 credits that are divided into 14 blocks within the learning period of 7 semesters of 7 years at most. Our learning process emphasizes on student active learning with problem-based learning as the main method, as well as practicum and lab skills. In addition, in order to get their bachelor degree, student must complete an undergraduate thesis as the final assignment. At the stage of dentist professional program, the student must complete 32 credits within the learning period of 4 semesters. At the end of this stage, students are required to take part in National Dental Profession Education Competency Test in order to earn a degree of Doctor of Dental Surgery.
Faculty of Dentistry, Universitas Brawijaya is committed to providing quality human resources as well as providing the best services and facilities to produce professional dentists. We have 78 lecturers who have the qualification as doctors, masters, and specialists from various fields: orthodontics, prosthodontics, periodontics, oral medicine, conservative dentistry, pediatric dentistry, dental radiology, and oral and maxillofacial surgery. We also provide professional education staff to support the process of providing education, including dental technicians, radiographers, laboratory analysts, information technology staffs, and also administrative staffs. The facilities we provide are lecture rooms, auditorium, computer-based test or CBT room, and OSCE center which have been nationally standardized, and discussion rooms, reading room, room for student activities, gazebo, canteen, mosque, cool and comfortable garden. We also provide laboratories that have been provided with adequate equipment, namely integrated oral biology laboratory, integrated laboratory of preclinical skills, and integrated dental dentistry laboratory. We also provide adequate information technology facilities for distance learning or e-learning. Administrative services at Faculty of Dentistry, Universitas Brawijaya have used an integrated information system through Gapura UB. Gapura UB is an integrated service information portal system that provides easy access to information and administrative services for all users.
New student admission for undergraduate programs in university held based on Penmenristek Dikti, where in the Universitas Brawijaya, the recruitment and selection by SNMPTN, SBMPTN, and SNUB. There are some of student organization in Faculty of Dentistry, Universitas Brawijaya, such as Student Executive Board or BEM, Student Representative Council or DPM, Dental Scientific and Research Forum or DENTISTRY, which is active in scientific files, and Islamic Dentistry Student Forum or FOMIKAGI, which is active in Islamic spirituality. Student activities carried out by Faculty of Dentistry, Universitas Brawijaya are quite diverse in many files, in soft skills, development files, sport and art files, and scientific files. In the last 3 years, students of Faculty of Dentistry, Universitas Brawijaya gained more than 100 achievements at national and international levels. International achievements include being a presenter and winner at the Asia Pacific Dental Student Association, WICO, and International Innovation and Innovative Competition. Scholarships available for Faculty of Dentistry Universitas Brawijaya students consist of Bidik Misi, Bakti BCA, PPA, Pertamina, Salim Foundation, Regional Affirmation, and many more. Health services for Faculty of Dentistry Universitas Brawijaya students can be obtained at UB Clinic and UB hospital or RSUP that serve general health, dental health, and specialistic health services. Our motto is high achievement with humble heart.
Profesional terbaik. KJUB mengabdi untuk negeri.
Good morning to all participants. Welcome to the 13th Dentistry Scientific Festival International Webinar 2022, Universitas Brawijaya. And we also would like to welcome Professor Dr. Sailesh Desmu to join in this event.
We would like to remind all the participants of the 13th Dentistry Scientific Festival International Webinar 2022 held by the Faculty of Dentistry Universitas Brawijaya to be able to turn off the microphone if it's not necessary, always turn on the camera, and prohibited to sleep, eat, or drink during this webinar. Then we also would like to remind all the participants to change the username according to the webinar's rule. For example, registration number _ participant full name. For example, 13 _ Nahira Zahra. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Best wishes to all of us.
Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, and kind regards to all of us.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. All the participants of the 13th Dentistry Scientific Festival International Webinar 2022 held by the Faculty of Dentistry Universitas Brawijaya.
Before we approach to the main session, let us start by doing our prayers first, with the hope that the event that we will hold today will run well without any obstacles.
Pray based on individual beliefs. Begin. Pray is done.
On this special occasion, we would like to introduce ourselves. My name is Davin, and my partner.
And my name is Safinka.
And we are as the Master of Ceremony on today's event.
The 13th Dentistry Scientific Festival International Webinar 2022 is one of the major events on the Dentistry Scientific Festival held by the Faculty of Dentistry Universitas Brawijaya.
With this year's international webinar has the theme Orthodontics in Clinical Practice, a new artificial intelligence approach,
which we are honored and proud to present with outstanding speakers from Indonesia and abroad.
For today's agenda, there will be first opening, which we are now in the opening session, greetings from the organizing committee, greetings from the President of Student Executive Council, greetings from the Vice Dean of Faculty of Dentistry, Universitas Brawijaya. First webinar session, sharing session with Brawijaya student.
Followed by lunch break, second webinar session, third webinar session, and last is closing. Please allow me to recite the rules for today's webinar. Code of Conduct for Dentistry Scientific Festival International Webinar 2022. Code of Conduct for Dentistry Scientific Festival International Webinar 2022. 1. Every registered participant has the right to get a Zoom link that will be sent via email to each participant 1 day before the activity begins. 2. Participants are expected not to spread the webinar link. 3. Each participant is expected to join through the webinar link that has been distributed by the committee via email at least 10 minutes before the webinar starts. 4. Each participant's Zoom account must use a participant username, which is a registration number _ participant's full name, according to the name previously registered on the registration link. 5. Every participant who joined through the Zoom link will be directed to the waiting room. 6. The host will only accept Zoom accounts with the same profile name as the participant name previously registered on the registration link.
7. The host will collectively mute all participants' microphones when the participant enters the Zoom room. 8. Participants who want to ask questions related to the presentations are allowed to use the raise hand feature during the Q&A session or by submitting the question to Slido link that will be sent through the Zoom chat room by our committee. 9. Participants will receive an e-certificate from the committee, which will be sent to the participant's previously registered email account via the registration link at the very least 2 months after. 10. E-certificates is only given to participants who take part in this activity, based on the attendance list and the final results of the post-test with a minimum score of 70. 11. Participants are prohibited to do any kind of documentations, including screenshots, photos, or videos, and participants are prohibited to distribute it. If you face any problems during the webinar, please contact Sabila and Faiza with the numbers mentioned on the poster. Also, in this event, we would like to thank the media partners, Indonesia Seminar, Denticulus ID, Dentibats Indonesia, Dance-Up, PSMKGI, EPDSA, Mahasiswa Ngalam, Malang Media, Event Jawa Timur, Point Kampus, Sekolahku, Kampusku.com.
Info event, Mahasiswa Malang, Info Lomba, eventkampus.com, Event Mahasiswa 8, Event Kampus, Jati Media, and lastly, Acara Kampus.
And also to our sponsors, Sensodyne, Cobra Dental, Seminar Kit Malang, CTBA, Cahaya 3 Bintang Dental, Fondaco Dental, which has contributed to the success of our event.
There will be door prizes for 6 lucky participants from Sensodyne and Cobra Dental, which will be drawn using the wheel of the name at the end of the session. And also, there will be a prize from CTBA, or Cahaya 3 Bintang Abadi, Dental, for participants who can answer the speaker's question quickly and correctly at the end of the second webinar session.
And the winners will be conducted afterwards by the committee to arrange the prize claiming.
Common stimuli such as cold food and drinks can cause a short, sharp sensation due to dentin hypersensitivity. Dentin hypersensitivity arises when the tubules become exposed. Hot or cold drinks can induce the movement of fluid within the tubules and activate nerves deep inside, which can result in a short, sharp pain. Sensodyne Repair and Protect is an optimized formulation for deep repair. and was tested at one of the largest synchrotron facilities in the world using powerful imaging technology. This technique has allowed scientists to look deep inside teeth and showed that the new formula provides deep and targeted repair within the dentin tubules of sensitive teeth. It forms a robust protective layer over and within the exposed dentin tubules for strong repair and helps prevent the pain of sensitivity. Sensodyne Repair and Protect Deep Repair provides clinically proven relief from the pain of dentin hypersensitivity.
Moving on to the next agenda is an opening speech from the representative of the organizing committee, Sekar Citra Priyana. For Sekar Citra, the time and place is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning and healthy greetings to all the committees and all the participants of the 13th Dentistry Scientific Festival International Webinar. To the Honorable Professor Dr. Silas Desmukh as an orthodontics expert from India and the Honorable Professor Dr. Daniel Haryono Utomo, an orthodontics expert from Indonesia. And then to the Honorable Dr. Gigi Nurmasita Silviana, an orthodontics expert from Indonesia also. I am Sekar Citra Priyana, as a representative committees, would like to thank you for your participating in this webinar. This year's webinars is also so exciting from the last years. So I would like to hope you to pay attention to the materials and then enjoy your time. Struggle that you do today is the best single way in this morning. I hope that you enjoy the time and thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Sekar Citra, for the great opening speech. Next, allow me to welcome the President of the Student Executive Council of Faculty of Dentistry, Universitas Brawijaya, Aura Alia Rahma, to give her welcome speech. To Aura Alia Rahma, the time and place is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you to each and every one of you for being here at this wonderful place. My name is Aura Ayarama as the President of Student Executive Board of Faculty of Dentistry, University of Brawijaya. It is such an honor for me for being here to speak on behalf of the organizer, and let me begin it by giving the warm greeting to the International Webinar of 13th Dentistry Scientific Festival, University of Brawijaya. As we know, the world of dentistry continues to develop every day. This technological development is realized through the artificial intelligence, where, with this artificial intelligence, new discoveries continue to be found, and one of it is in the field of orthodontics. In today's webinar, we will learn about how technological development through the artificial intelligence affect the field of orthodontics, and of course, we will learn it from the very competent speakers, both from the abroad and within the country. And we hope that through this webinar, all attendees can gain new insight and knowledges, which in the future can produce the new discoveries in dentistry. Well, I don't want to take too much of your time. I need to hand over it to Kak Davin and Safinka, our today's MC, to introduce our guest speakers today. I would like to say once more on behalf of this international webinar organizer, welcome, and it is great to see so many of you here, and thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you to our President of Dentistry Faculty Student Executive Council, Aura Al-Rahman, for the remarkable speech. And with honor, please allow me to welcome Dr. Miftahul Cahyati, Oral Pathology Specialist, as the Vice Dean of the Faculty of Dentistry in Universitas Brawijaya, to give her opening speech and officially open this international webinar.
We welcome the Honorable Dr. Gigi Miftahul Cahyati, Oral Pathology Specialist, for the place and time.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The Honorable, our keynote speakers, and all of speakers, especially for Professor Selis Desmuk, Dr. Daniel Haryono Utomo, dan Dr. Nurmasita Silviana, the Honorable all of dentists and student participants, and of course, my beloved student and committee. I respect all of the attendees who have attended by online and offline here, especially to the organizers of this event, the 13th Dentistry Scientific Festival 2022, which I'm proud. First of all, let us say praise to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, who gives thousands of favors to us until this day. We can implement event with festivities full of strong sense of community, and seek gratitude to Allah as Lord of who gave us healthy and wealthy. Before I say something on this greeting, the preface I thanks committee that has given to me a time to opening speech as Vice Dean of Student Affairs, Faculty of Dentistry, Universitas Brawijaya. I thank to committee the implementing, especially for the committee with a solid and very professional until this event can be successful. So that I can pass on, thanks to the invitation, that please present and apologize if we as the organizer, especially for me, say sorry for the whole event, the perfection and imperfection of these facilities, and many other deficiencies. We on behalf the committee always try to be professionals, but the limitation makes us just giving like this. Before I close this opening ceremony speech, I wish the event always to be a success and be blessed by Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala. Thanks for Cobra Dental, Sensodyne, and all sponsor. Thank you and success for all. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
you to Dr. Gigi Miftahul Cahyati, oral pathology specialist, for the remarkable speech.
Stepping on to the next agenda is the core agenda of this webinar. The first material submission will be guided by our exceptional moderator. And in this main agenda, the first material session, all presentation and discussion will be moderated by our moderator.
To the operator, please show the moderator's curriculum vitae.
Allow me to read the curriculum vitae shortly. So the moderator has earned some good awards such as a silver medalist of Glocolis 2021 issued by Global Competition of Life Sciences 2021, a silver medalist in World Youth Invention and Innovation Awards 2021, and top 6 literature review competitions at LKTI from Universitas Andalas. And our moderator's education last is a Bachelor of Dentistry in 2022 with a lot of experiences such as an ambassador in Sejuta Cita, a program engagement intern in campaign.com as a public relations in Asia Pacific Dental Students Association, and a tutor right now at SETA online class. So our moderator is Nathanael Farrell Nuralim as a dental co-assistant at 2022.
Please allow me to welcome our first moderator, Nathanael Farrell Nuralim.
Okay, thank you very much to the MC for welcoming me. Good morning, everyone. I am Farrell, and I will be your moderator for the first seminar session for today. I'm so grateful to be a part of this wonderful event. I'm sure that everyone here can't wait to meet with our outstanding speakers. So for the first topic that we will learn about today, it will be about beautiful smile with a new artificial intelligence approach. And the topic will be from a very respectable speaker, one that I'm very impatient to introduce to you all. But before that, I'd like to tell you that this session will be divided into 2 parts. And the first one will be the presentation session, where the speaker will present the material for today. And the second one will be the question and answer session, or the Q&A session. So participants who have a question to ask the speaker can send their questions to the Slido link that the committees will share on the chat box. So make sure to send your questions there. Or if you have a question that you'd like to ask the speaker directly, you can use the raise hand feature on the Zoom, and then you can activate your mic when I cue you to activate it. So don't miss this chance to get wonderful insight from our wonderful speakers. And so moving on, I'd like to introduce you to the session speaker. To the committees, would you please present the CPR, our first speaker for today? Okay, so Dr. Shailesh Desmukh is a clinician and an academician. He has had a distinguished global career in dentistry and orthodontics since 1986 and has been a frequent keynote lecturer on the national and international circuit such as today. So he is a postgraduate from the prestigious Government Dental College and Hospital, Mumbai, and he is also a fellow from the Royal College of Surgeons, Edinburgh, UK. And he is the past president of the Indian Orthodontic Society, past chairman of the Indian Board of Orthodontics. He is also the past president of the Indian Dental Association, Pune branch. He had been appointed also as an adjunct professor to the University of Airlangga, Surabaya, Indonesia. He is a consultant at the Dinanath Mangeshkar Hospital, Pune, and a member of the WFO and AAO at the AO conference in May 2012 at Hawaii. He had the honor of presenting this paper in the oral research presentation category. He has also been invited as a guest speaker at the World Implant Orthodontics Conference at Phuket in November 2013 and at the World Implant Orthodontic Conference held in Dubai in November of 2015. He was the organizing chairman of the IOS Mid-Year Convention held in Edinburgh, UK, 2015. And he has also had publications to his credit both nationally and internationally. He was the keynote invited speaker at the conference on digital dentistry at Surabaya, Indonesia in February of 2020. So without further ado, I'd like to invite Dr. Shailesh Deshmukh to present the material for today, and I'm sure that everyone here can wait to hear your material, Doctor.
Good morning, everybody. My namaskar from India. I am very grateful to the organizing committee and the for inviting me for this prestigious event. And I'm grateful to the moderator for introducing me. Thank you for your kind words of introduction. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can, Doctor.
Okay, this is a very interesting topic today, and beautiful smile with a new artificial intelligence approach. These were the guidelines given to me, and I have tried to stick to those guidelines in my lecture. I request the moderator to let me know 10 minutes before my time is up, so that if I am going slow, I can make the presentation faster. Today, I have been already introduced, so I'll just skip through this. Then, see, we have been in a virtual mode since 2020, and I would have loved to visit Indonesia, but that has not been possible. I stay somewhere around here, I practice somewhere around here, and my university is here in the city of Pune. We are just having the annual conference in Pune, in my institute, in September 16, 17, 18. I am grateful to the University of Brawijaya for inviting me. This is a very prestigious event, calendar event in your this. So now my topic, orthodontics in clinical practice, a new artificial intelligence approach. Everything nowadays is seeming to go digital and virtual. It has got its own pros and cons. That is, it has got its advantages and disadvantages. It all started, I think, with this app. Nowadays, on the on your smartphone, you can call for a cab ride, or you can book a taxi, or you can everything has become virtual, and you can map the route of the driver also. So this is all artificial intelligence. This is very interesting. Nokia CEO ended his speech saying this: we didn't do anything wrong. We missed out on learning, we missed out the change, and we lost a valuable opportunity that was at hand to become a giant company. You must remember the Nokia were the most famous mobile phones, but they were left behind because they could not go into the digital world, and they could not go into transform themselves into the smartphone category. So moral of the story is, if you do not change, you will be disqualified from the competition. If you do not want to learn new things and your thoughts and mentality stay old, you will end up with time. Now, if you look at evolution of communication over the years, we had the telegraph in 1844, then we had the first this sort of a phone in 1877, then we went to this instrument, and then we went to this sort of a handset, and then came the revolution in smartphone technology. So telegrams, telephones, mobile phones, and now you have Facebook, Twitter, Pinterest, Instagram, and whatnot. So life is becoming easier, and I would say more complicated also, with all these advances in digital mechanics. If you look at the orthodontic evolution, we started off with simple tooth movements with removable appliances. Then we had the edgewise appliance, cephalometric, Jaraback and all. Then we had the direct bonding systems, the straight wire appliance, the lingual appliance, the friction-free appliances. Then we had the CBCT, the oral scanners, the tags, the acceleration of orthodontic tooth movement. Then came 3D printing and then evidence-based orthodontics, etc. And now we are into IoT, big data, artificial intelligence, robotics, genetics, and tissue engineering. Now, this is a lot of knowledge to acquire and a lot of knowledge, to study. But there are a lot of students today. I would say you should keep on reading and reading so that to keep up with the times. If you are not with the times, you will be left behind. And the competition today throughout the world is quite high. So we had the technological infusions that have been game changers in orthodontics, have been the number of apps on the Android and iOS platforms, the appliances, the CAD/CAM appliances, the robotic arch wires. Then imaging has seen a sea change. Then you have the volumetric data and integrated wraps. You have rapid prototyping, and where the most interesting is the aligner fabrications. So all orthodontics seems to be going in the digital mode. You can have a diagnosis and patient consultation. You can have impacted teeth models digitized, dental apps, 3D facial evaluation, chairside scanners, and the simulations. Then this can be applied to treatment planning and preparation also, and it can be applied to fabrication and delivery also. My focus will be on aligners, as that is the brief of the lecture. What are aligners? They are invisible, they are thermoplastic resins, involves CAD/CAM technology, treatment simulated with the help of software, so a lot of artificial intelligence and machine learning in this, and series of aligners to achieve the treatment objective. This is a small Invisalign video.
The Invisalign system is changing the way we straighten teeth. Now there's a comfortable, removable, and almost invisible alternative to braces. Invisalign treatment consists of a series of clear aligners that gradually move teeth into position. And every year, our research and development team find new ways to improve how the Invisalign system works. Every single aligner is unique, with tens of thousands produced and shipped every day. In fact, Align technology is a world leader in 3D printing and mass customization. Want to know how it works? It starts at the doctor's office with a physical impression or a digital scan of your teeth that is used to create a 3D model. Then that data is transferred to our dental technicians who work with your doctor to create a digital treatment plan based on your doctor's prescription. The proposed plan is sent back to the doctor for review, modification, and approval. The data from the approved treatment plan then moves to our automated plant, where each individual aligner is custom fabricated. Over 80,000 aligners are made, tracked, and shipped each day to doctors' offices. You'll receive a series of aligners to change at home every 2 weeks and visit your doctor roughly every 2 months for a checkup. Whether it's the convenience, flexibility, or discreetness that attracts patients to Invisalign, there's one question they all have in common. Does it really work? The answer is yes. In the hands of an experienced provider, Invisalign has proven to be as effective as traditional braces for treating a wide range of teeth straightening issues. Find out if Invisalign is right for you.
Approximately you send 0.25 millimeters of tooth movement per aligner for a 10-day wear, and in periodontal cases, 0.10 millimeter of tooth movement per aligner for a 10-day wear. This is programmed into the aligners. Why aligners? An aesthetic solution to adults and teens. There is a feel-good factor and some definite biomechanical advantages. Now, if you look at the digital 21st century, the new technology is changing our society. You have artificial intelligence, cloud computing, deep learning, neural networks, big data analytics, the role in medical imaging has been tremendous. Radiologists have everything has revolutionized. The imaging techniques have revolutionized. So AI is what is AI? It's the computer intelligence that mimics human intelligence. In that you have motor control, robotics, visual understanding, computer vision, and a natural processing. Artificial intelligence is a machine that mimics the cognitive function of the human mind. AI is a branch of computer science dedicated to the development of computer algorithms to accomplish tasks traditionally associated with human intelligence. Who introduced this? Alan Turing brought up the concept of the Turing machine in 1936, which can simulate the process of human calculation. The concept of Turing machine as well as theory of computation provided the fundamental basis for the development of artificial intelligence. 20 years later, the term artificial was coined in 1956 in Dartmouth Summer Research Project. And there was a movie on this also. The Imitation Game was the movie's name. Now, if you look at this, the original imitation game test is the player A is replaced with a computer. Okay, the computer is now charged with the role of the man, while the player B continues to assist the interrogator. The figure is adapted from Sagan 2000. So basically, the computer is taking over one part of the role of the human mind. AI by definition is the study of any device that perceives its environment and takes actions that maximize its chance of successfully achieving its goals. It calls for formalization of the term intelligence. Psychologists and cognitive theorists are of the opinion that intelligence helps in identifying the right piece of knowledge at the appropriate instances of decision making. The phrase AI thus can be defined as the simulation of human intelligence on a machine. Alternatively, it can be stated that a subject dealing with computational models that can think and act rationally. There are two types of AIs, a strong AI or a weak AI. A weak AI can deal with specific tasks, while a strong AI, which hasn't been invented yet, but can deal with all problems and experience consciousness. AI is the goal, while machine learning is the way we try to accomplish this long-lived dream. Machine learning is the process of finding a function from the given data. So in machine learning, you have reinforcement learning. That is, there is no feedback signal in the form of a reward system. It reacts to the environment like a chess game. And U is unsupervised learning, only has input data that is unlabeled, used to extract data by clustering. That is our search engines, which we put on the internet and search articles. And supervised learning is as an input and output data set that is pre-labeled, use of classification of regression, like orthodontic cephalometric softwares and tooth movement softwares. So in this, there are parents of disciplines are philosophy and cognitive science, mathematics and computer science, reasoning, learning, intelligence research. Subject covered under AI can game playing, theorem proving, speech and imaging, robotics and navigation, and medicine, treatment and diagnosis. Please go through, students, please go through these references so that you can go into detail about this. Human and artificial intelligence, human intelligence gives you perception, interpretation and results, while artificial intelligence uses the machine, gives you data and outcomes, human engineered features, feature learning. Then you have deep learning, data and outcomes, future learning and mapping, and then human interpretation and action of these. So in comparison, artificial intelligence, which cannot replace human mind in many ways, but largely supports human interpretation and action. So ultimately, what I'm trying to say is the human mind is still important. It has not become irrelevant. So do not rely totally on your artificial intelligence computation models. This was the AI of the past, you know, these machines, and used to have a machine overload, data overload, and machine used to fail. But while now you are looking at the AI of tomorrow, while my report is on your desk, your shoelace is untied, and tomorrow is your wedding anniversary. And that is coming, you know, Alexa and all the other. So you just command and that happens. This was an interesting article published by these authors. Creation and implementation of an orthodontic referral artificial intelligence application in a public oral health care network. So it is helping you to go more into, public, rather the more patient friendly. If you look at the orthodontic AI publication map, by more and more publications are on artificial intelligence, and and most of the research is in Japan, China, and Germany. They are the leading in artificial intelligence, and even India to some extent, and USA. So orthodontic scholarly literature and AI, by 2019, there were a lot of articles you'll find on AI and machine learning, and you have fully automated study models, assessment and manipulations, fully automated CEP and CVMI analysis. So please go through these articles. Impact of treatment, orthodontic treatment monitoring, smartphone based. So I'll be talking about this. And these are two interesting articles. Please go through these also in APOS Trends in Orthodontics, artificial by George Faber, artificial intelligence in orthodontics, and applications of artificial intelligence and machine learning in orthodontics. This is a vast topic, so I've just taken snippets. I've taken small bits, and I've given you references. This is an interesting article in August 2021, which gives you machine learning and orthodontics current trends and future opportunities, a scoping review. So so you have patient records, radiographic, clinical assessments, diagnostic casts, orthodontic photography, and other relevant records. And then you have it fed into the computer, you get a diagnosis, and deep learning in the second model, you can get your treatment planning also, whether it is extraction, non-extraction, whether there is need for surgery or not. So this is a graphical abstract of machine deep learning application in orthodontics. Can be used for analyzing various types of orthodontic records to provide an accurate and accelerated diagnosis. And this is a scoping review in 2021 again. And in PubMed, you have 102 articles. Google Scholar is giving you 315 articles on machine learning, deep learning, and neural network and artificial intelligence. Scopus and Embase. So majority of the research is being done on artificial intelligence nowadays. And then you have the world of orthodontic apps. You will not believe it, but by 2017, on the Android app, you had, on the iOS app, you had 179 orthodontic apps, and on the Android, you have 175. And on all aspects, clinical apps, practice management, journals, orthodontic products, orthodontic education, and whatnot. So your smartphone has become probably the bane of our orthodontic society. But to top it all, Align Technology and the Invisalign company, rather the Align Technology company, has really given you a digital platform which encompasses everything. So you have the web mobile cloud, you have the automated treatment planning and manufacturing. I showed you the video. You have the scanner, you have the biomechanics, which are all computerized. The data analysis and machine learning. So a lot of advances, 3D design and modeling have been done by Align Technology. If you look at the digital experience of Align, you capture on your mobile the Smile View, the Invisalign app, the Invisalign virtual appointment. Then you scan, you plan, you have the prescription, then you have the clean check, 3D controls, and every day there is a new development occurring. Then you have customized aligners, and you can follow the treatment remotely also. So first you have the Smile View. Patient smile could change with Invisalign treatment. It's a practice app. Then you have create accurate impressions quickly and comfortably, or you can have these scanners. You can have rubber-based impressions or scanners. Then helps patients stay on track with your Invisalign treatment, monitor and review the treatment progress remotely. Then you have the virtual appointment, allows you to schedule and host video appointments with your prospects, patients, anywhere, anytime. This SmileView link was the initial development where they would show you how your smile on your mobile, the patient could look at it, digital orthodontics. Now, this is one of our assistants in our clinic. So this is a simulation only, and actual results may vary before and after. And Invisalign SmileView, so you know, sorry. So imagine the effect the patient will have. The moment you show this, the patient is going to be very, very pleased. You look at the transformation here occurring. So this is all AI technology and machine learning technology. So you upload the photo, you scan, you can detect caries also with the iTero Element 5D scanner, and you have the outcome simulator. And now they have come up with the new outcome simulator also. So I'll be talking about this. So now this is the original Invisalign outcome simulator. If you look at this, you can first view your scan in all aspects in the 3D mode, occlusal views. This is a great patient learning, and you can have the model view also. Both views you can have. Then you have the outcome simulator and various permutations, combinations you can have. So after you scan, you can go . So you can show non-extraction, you can show extraction, you can show upper first premolar extractions or upper first premolars, lower second premolars extractions. Look at this case now. So we were showing various combinations to the patients. First we showed allow IPR and non-extraction treatment. See, the problem here is the computer will show everything. But this need not happen. This is all virtual. This need not happen in the patient's mouth. So you should always tell your patients that this is a simulation. It may not actually show, but this is just a guidance tool, a patient education tool. Now this is upper 4-4, lower 4-4 extraction. We showed the patient. So those yellow you can see. This is the extractions. They are seen slightly yellowish on the screen. And then we decided to show lower 5-5 extraction, upper 4-4 extraction. So all permutation combinations are possible with this AI technology. So we got the bite correction and all we can show. And we can show the class 1. You have achieved class 1 from class 2, anteroposterior correction. So it's a great tool for you to study as well as to show your patients. And they have come up with the most recent now, Invisalign out. Previously, they had only the teeth, but now you can show the smile side by side also. This has yet not come to India. But this is a lecture which I attended from by Dr. Jan Kaku, and this is going to be introduced very soon by Invisalign throughout the world and in Asia also. But this is the Invisalign Outcome Simulator Pro. So you have the prescription form which you fill then your CleanCheck 3D controls and in-face visualization tool. What is this? Allows your patient to immediately recognize the aesthetic benefits of teeth straightening. So in the scan also, you can show the simulation. Now in this, we remove D5 and we are protracting, and it is showing the simulation, CleanCheck. This is called as the CleanCheck, as you are, most of you must be aware. And you have the in-face visualization tool where it is for patient consultation that enhances patient experience. But these two patients got convinced. They were very happy with this. But this patient went to some other orthodontist because she did not like the smile. So you be very careful when you show this. It is a double-edged sword. Sometimes, because she said that my teeth look open here. So it all depends on how the initial smile, the patient's, when you take the photograph, how the patient smiles initially. So it's a double-edged sword. So, you know, you have to be very careful when you use this tool also. So this patient did not start treatment because she did not like the smile which was projected. So the most beneficial thing is the virtual care. So even if your patient travels abroad or settles abroad, you can virtually monitor them. And you can assess the progress also. Then you have the time lapse and the retainers. I'll talk to you about this. Telemonitoring with Invisalign virtual care setup, digital monitoring, long distance, COVID restrictions of physical appointment without the use of scan box. I will talk about the scan box. So this is our patient who is now settled in Canada, and she regularly, once a month, we have a virtual appointment with her, and she sends her these pictures, and we have a video call with her. So aligners off, bite closed, you know, so we get to see all the views. And then you have the app, which is dental monitoring app. Now I'll tell you, DM is the most innovative help to aligner treatment in the last 10 years. The true revolution is in finally providing doctors with a measurable way to monitor their patients' aligner treatments. So you can see virtually the teeth are moving, and this app shows you how much movement has occurred. The study showed, one of the internal studies showed in 500 patients, DM accuracy was 0.05 millimeters on the anterior segment and 0.07 millimeters on the posterior segment. Now it is free to download. It's a guided image capture. It's an in-app communication system and 3D visualization of your treatment progress. But this requires, it proactively monitors the patient with virtual examination, enhances the level of control over treatment development, and there are possibility of a lower frequency of visits to your clinic. So the process goes this way. You download the free app. Just a minute. Sorry. I just want to go back 1 minute, please. So you use the scan box. I'm not able to go back. Yeah, so initial patient education, you download the free DM app, you first scan in the clinic, then consecutive scans at home with the scan box, but the scan box is slightly expensive. Then accurate monitoring by the app using patient's own smartphone, information on the tracking issues, oral hygiene, broken attachments are sent to the orthodontist. Patients receive weekly go or no-go notification paired with the orthodontist pre-recorded instruction. And the orthodontist can override the no-go instruction by the app. But for this, you require, as I said, the scan box, use of the scan box with the DM app. it is slightly expensive, but it can have automatic gingival recession detection, automatic aligner unseat detection. You can monitor the treatment activity, retention, gingival health and injury. You can have consultations, the status of tooth eruption, and adjunct monitoring and more. Then you have the Invisalign progress assessment. This is a great tool. So in this patient, it gives you a full chart. You can compare what was to be achieved and what is your current dentition. So if you look at this, they are color coded. Now, purple is movement in the opposite direction. So the 1, 2 here has moved, this tooth has moved. Virtually, it has not moved as required. So it was supposed to be like this, but it has gone distally. It was supposed to be, so the mesial movement has not, so angulation is not proper. So, and then translation buccal lingual, gray shows no significant movement detected. So these teeth were supposed to become like this, but these two molars show no movement. So you can assess it virtually, or rather you can assess it on your assessment chart. So this is a great tool. So you will exactly know whether the movements have tracked properly. In the occlusal view also the similar, and this translation, so the gray is no significant movement detected. So this shows that this molar and these two molars have not moved significantly as they should have. So they should have moved in this manner, but they have not moved. The treatment plan was this, the current dentition is this. Then you have the time lapse. Now this is again a very nice tool to know exactly whether the movement is occurred properly. So you compare the previous scan with the current scan. Now this was at 5/22, the 22nd May 2021, and current when we took this, it was July 2022. So you can see the movement which is occurring. So this is time lapse. I'll rerun it. This was how it was, and this is how it is. And then that shows you, and these red marks show you that there are interferences. There is occlusal, heavy occlusal attachments, rather heavy occlusal interferences. So these movements show you. So the time lapse shows you that this is not moving as per how you wanted. What has happened? Invisalign CEO that time had said, analog has lost every game in the last 20 years, and I think it will lose this one as well. And that seems to be happening. Aligners are taking over the market. The Invisalign appliance, this is a good article to read. Please go through this about the appliance. I would not say Invisalign per se, but I would say any clear aligners, this article is helpful. It is not, I am promoting Invisalign at all, but they have come up with the most number of modifications and developments, research, and the R&D has been tremendous. Now, when I'm monitoring, telemonitoring with the Invisalign virtual care setup, these are the steps we follow. Digital monitoring of the patient, long distance, again COVID. Patients download Invisalign app. Virtual care, go to the virtual care segment. Upload the photos with different views, with and without the aligners before virtual appointment. The aligner number and relevant information like number of days of wear are uploaded. Photos are monitored by the orthodontist. The virtual appointment with the patient for discussion and aligner change approval is done. So you capture, scan, plan, treat, and monitor, as I said. And now you have come up with the new 3 developments: the personalized plan, the ClinCheck live update, and the CBCT integration. This is yet to come to our country, my India. It has yet to come, but these are the new developments. So you have the live update with 3D controls. This we are doing. You have the practice app. This is also there. Personalized plan is with us, but this we do not have. Invisalign Smile Architect software. So what is this live update for 3D controls? Enables real-time clean check treatment plan modifications. So you can, there itself, you can modify. Once you get the clean check, you can modify it yourself and immediately approve the plan. So whatever you do not like, you can modify. Once the doctors like the model they made to a treatment plan in real time, they can immediately approve the modified Invisalign treatment plan, allowing manufacturing into Invisalign clear aligners to begin. You don't need to send the clean check again to the technician. You can make the changes yourself with 3D controls. The Practice app provides mobile integration with the Invisalign doctor site and enables doctors to manage that practice at their fingertips. Then the personalized plan automatically applies the doctor's specific treatment preferences for comprehensive cases, enhancing efficiency. So we put in our preferences, how we want how we want our deep bites to be corrected, how we want our open bites to be corrected. We put them previously only. It's a personalized plan, and then we don't need to go through the whole process. We just click on our preferences and we get. IPP gives doctors an unprecedented level of personalized preferences and instructions built into the treatment planning from the very first clean check plan they receive, which improves treatment planning quality as well as patient outcomes. The Invisalign Smile Articulate delivers ortho-restorative treatment planning, which is a facially driven treatment planning approach. It combines the scans, facial photos, and clean check software to help doctors. This I have not used yet because this is not available in India. But with the very powerful clean check in-face visualization tool, doctors receive a facial rendering that they can use for treatment planning and helps patients visualize their smile after both Invisalign treatment and restorative dental treatment. Then the latest is CBCT integration of clean check, very exciting. Delivers a complete view of the patient's jawbone and tooth and roots and crowns, gives us control and leverage to expand treatment planning to a broad range of malocclusion, including surgical, expansion, extraction, restorative, as well as teen cases, helps doctor to confidently deliver a more informed Invisalign clear aligner treatment. Visualization, CBCT integration. So automatically generated 3D models of crown, roots, and jaws, real root renderings, bone visualization based on actual scan data. Easy to use interface allows doctors to adjust and tailor course of treatment and proactively prevent unwanted issues. So with roots and bone. So the workflow is changing now. I am also excited. Once it comes to India, we can integrate this. Patient scanning with CBCT machine, uploading of CBT scan to Invisalign Cloud, CBCT segmentation, CBCT and intraoral data fusion plus treatment planning, and you can visualize the roots and bones. So what? You can see roots only, you can see roots with transparent bone, and you can see roots and bone. And you can 3D controls, we can use the 3D controls. Now suppose these collisions are there to prevent root collisions. So you can actually see how your teeth are moving after the clean check is given to you, if you superimpose the CBCT with that. So the orthodontics is, and you can see roots and dehiscences, fenestrations and dehiscences, you can see. So and then initial setup, you can see there are fenestrations which are going to occur, dehiscences. So you can add IPR and increase the torque and all, so that those dehiscences and fenestrations are avoided. So very exciting development and taking it to the next level. AI to the next level. When we understand the way the clean check plan integrates with the CBT scan and how a tooth moves through bone, one can appreciate and visualize what to expect with mild clouding and spacing, mild sagittal correction, transverse corrections and asymmetries, asymmetries and gingival margins, orthodontic surgical cases, large space closure including extractions, and large sagittal movements. You can see dial lacerations. Imagine being able to visualize this in your clean check. So you know exactly how much to move this premolar. So it will be a practice differentiator. So it will be a, it will be a practice differentiator now that will become the standard of care in the future. So the future is 3D. Being able to use this tool will take our treatment and our practices to a higher level. Now I'll come to some cases which I have treated with aligners. So treatment of open bite, extrusion of anteriors as a unit, equal force on the anteriors by aligner activation on the attachments, active force, reaction forces are delivered to the posteriors. Extrusion of the, extrusion of the anteriors as a unit. The aligner is designed in a manner that equivalent force is generated across all the anteriors, 0.2 newtons per tooth, 20 grams. All force vectors are of the same size. So this is a pre-treatment. 2019, we started this case, severe anterior open bite with missing premolar here and missing second molar here. This patient was advised surgery, and he did not want surgery. So he came to us. This is the initial setup which we got. And you can see the teeth moving in this manner. So there was an intentional 2.6 millimeters of space left here. We were not happy with this because the alignment here was not proper. I'll show you. So you can change your plans. You can make the modifications. We were not happy with this anterior alignment. These were not proper. So then we made changes. Our instructions were derotate 1.2 so that it aligns with 1.1, derotate 2.2 so that it aligns with 2.1, and derotate 2.3 so that it aligns with 2.4. So, you know, this way. So we wanted that to occur there. Now, I could have previously, this was before the, what do you say, 3D controls, rather, you know, immediate clean check update came into the play. The new where I can live update came into play. Now I can do it myself and just submit the case. Previously, I had to send it back to the technician, but with the live update, I could correct this immediately. So then we proceeded. Class 3 elastics were given. Bite started closing. You can see the teeth have become visible. Now we stopped at the 30th aligner because we felt that this space now, we do not want, initially it was supposed to be 2.6 millimeters. So aligner wear was stopped at number 30 instead of finishing the whole set up to 39. Reevaluation of your treatment objectives were done because this was too much of a space. As per clean check plan, aligner number 39, 2.6 millimeter space distal to 1.2 and 2.2 was going to be achieved. Now at aligner number 30, we had 1.5 space. So we rescanned at this stage after consultation with the prosthodontist. He said, I can build this tooth up. So decision, composite build up with 1.2 and 2.2 and lower IPR to increase the overjet instead of bringing the upper teeth more forward. So this is the first refinement set complete. We had this plan. The open bite had closed, but there was this tip issue here, the root. So he looks very nice now. He was very happy. Then posterior, post upper tooth build up. We built this up. The prosthodontic build up the lateral in that 1.5 space, 1.5 millimeter space, and then we scanned. The last lower refinement set. In 2 years, we got this result. He looks very nice. His surgery was avoided. So 10/9/2000 to this. Then from here to here, nice arch form we have got. Then we did the implants here. Then the implants were placed. So we got a very nice result in this case. Post-treatment, missing teeth were replaced. So it took us approximately 2 years, 2 months. Patient was very happy. Patient did not want to replace this premolar. We had advised him. So we had a discrepancy here. He said he has spent money on this crown, and so he did not want to replace this. Therefore, I got a compromise, slightly compromised occlusion on the right side. But otherwise, we had a beautiful result. And look at the facial change. He was very happy. A patient who was advised surgery, we avoided his surgery. I don't say this would have been the ideal treatment plan, but this is beautiful result. Deep bite, pre-treatment, severe deep bite, and severe crowding. If you look at the crowding here, then this was the approved setup, our instructions and their instructions, what all there were. I will not go, I am short of time. I will not go into this, but this was the virtual setup which came to us, clean check setup. Patient's parents insisted that they wanted non-extraction treatment. My first, with so much severe crowding, I had felt that we should extract in this case. But he was a horizontal grower, very strong musculature, class 2 division 2 type. So we decided to do it non-extraction. I'll just skip through, lack of time. So, you know, just to settle, we gave this. So adjuncts we can always use with the aligner treatment. And we got a severe. Remember, decalcification also occurs with aligners if the patient does not brush. He was a very, very poor brusher and we were very upset with him. But his parents were doctors and we told them that, you know, his parents are doctors and we told them he's not brushing properly. But remember, aligners also can give you decalcification if the patient does not brush. So we are getting the alignment, non-extraction treatment. We are derotating the 3. So initial, a dramatic change seen, everything getting aligned, bite has opened up considerably. If you can look at this, beautiful alignment is coming in play. Then we went in for additional aligners because this alignment was still remaining. This alignment and the midline was not yet proper. So when we went in for additional aligners, we rescanned. Just minor movements required. Then progress at 15th aligner. Still midline is not proper, but we are getting settling now. This is aligned properly now. This case is still going on, but a lot of dramatic. So this is pre, and the 15th, the refinement scan 15th aligner, we got this. The additional, in the additional aligner series, at the 15th aligner, we are like this. Then 17th aligner progress, we are monitoring. Occlusion and midline, after manipulating the mandible, we wanted this, but we were having this current occlusion. 17th aligner, we are getting into place. Now we did the progress assessment. So this is a great tool. So we wanted to check what is happening and why we are not getting the desired result. The incisional angle was okay, but there was no significant movement of the 4-7, which was seen, and movement not tracking clinically at the lateral incisor. So translation of 4-7 in the lingual direction did not get expressed. Hence, we were getting edge-to-edge bite. Okay, this way. We were getting edge-to-edge. It was not settling. So this we can study, and mild deep bite was still present. If you see, this is not tracking. So the treatment plan was this. It should have been midline should have been coinciding. Midline is still not coinciding. and bite has slightly deepened in the current stage. So we were going reverse. The plan showed this, but we were at this stage at the 17th aligner. So this can happen. So you have to be very, very careful. You have to carefully monitor cases. Do not leave it up to the tech. The doctor has to manipulate. So even if you are using artificial intelligence and all these gadgets, you have to monitor. So our skills come into play. Movement of photo in the buccal direction did not happen effectively. So what we wanted this, but it was like this. Mesial angulation of 2-7 was not expressed effectively. Okay, so we were getting a premature contact. So there was a palatal cusp which was hanging down, mesopalatal cusp hanging down. So this you have to monitor. Many of the doctors are saying it is very easy. I would say clear aligner treatment is not very easy. You have to monitor. You have to be careful. So current dentition is like this. It was supposed to be like this, but it is not like that. And you see, the current dentition is like this. The scan shows like this. So I need more modification. Second refinement scan. Now we are getting somewhere, but still my midline is not coinciding. See, my goal with clear aligner treatment has always been that whatever result I could give with fixed appliances, I must be able to give with clear aligner if I have to justify the expense to the patient. So whatever, you also remember, students, that if you are going to do clear aligners, you must be able to give the same result what you would have given with your fixed appliances. So this is what we are just now. We are still to finish the case, but we are going to now about to finish. But this is what we are at. Comparison with pre-17th and 20th first refinement set. Now molar protraction, very difficult with aligners, but we attempted it in this case. He wanted aligners. So we had to use some adjuncts and we used some innovative mechanics and we started getting, but we were getting the molar tipping. Protraction is very difficult with aligners. I'll just rush through. Lack of time. So this is what we are at the 26th aligner. So we went and it was not tracking. So we went for a refinement scan. But from here, in 1 year, we were like this. So we had covered a lot of distance, but this was not tracked. This has gone back. This has tipped and this has also tipped. So we did this refinement scan. And I showed you the time lapse of this case also previously. So this is how it was. This had tipped distally. Now, after refinement scan, we got it to upright. So this is how it was. We got it like this. So uprighting has occurred. So now we are trying to settle the molar. So a lot of different facial changes there. Bite has opened, but this is how he is. We want to correct this. This palatal cusp hanging down is not a issue, is a problem. So from here to here, we got the alignment and all, and from here to here, so we need to settle this properly. But we got a lot of protraction. Now, mixed dentition also, we got beautiful results. The canine was blocked, lack of space in 4-3 region, lower midline deviated to right, if you see. We had her on a holding arch, but they wanted aligners. So our plan was extract upper right C and all the E's, maintain the first molar relation in all quadrants, shift the lower midline to the left, create space for 4-3 by distalizing 4-4 into the E space. Patient was reluctant to get the E's extracted, so they had to be occlusally reduced prior to aligner placement for proper fit of the aligner. So this was the clean check plan. So I use aligners for teen cases also, and this was the plan to get the canine into place. So we started, the canine started erupting. poor fit of aligner due to the eruption of permanent teeth. So then we rescanned, refinement scan at the 16th aligner. Patient was very cooperative. So initial set 16th aligner says the canine is still erupting. Projected result for refinement plan was 31 upper act, 26 lower. So this canine was supposed to come up. Intrusion was supposed to occur. And this is how. Lower midline corrected. Space created for accommodation of 4-3. Posterior teeth are settling. 28th aligner, 11 years. So beautiful arch form. Canine in place. See, cooperation of the patient is also very, very important. 20 hours per day, the patient has to wear the aligner. So 1910-2019, 2010-2021, we were like this. We were good. The canine, there was no space. We could distalize, we could get the UE space in place, and we could get everything into place. And you can see the canine has come into its rightful place. There was no space here. And non-extraction treatment. Second refinement set then, and we are more or less through. Okay, we are more or less through. Midlines coinciding. So she was very happy. Parents were very happy. And we were also very happy. So, advantages of AI. General advantages: reduction in human error, take risks instead of humans, available 24/7, helping in repetitive jobs, digital assistance, faster decisions, daily applications, new inventions. But high costs of creation, it is making humans lazy, making humans unemployed. There are no emotions, lacking out of box thinking. See, I am talking to you virtually today, but if I was physically present, my connect with the audience is more. There is an emotional bond which we develop with the audience. So many lectures. So this, I really actually do not, this, because of COVID, our lives have changed, and virtual, everything is becoming virtual. The human touch is being lost. That, that friendly, that fellowship, that friendliness between, meeting you people physically is different than meeting with you, virtually. So that is a disadvantage. Advantages are tireless performance of the task, which saves times, logical and feasible decisions without any involvement of human emotions, which results in an accurate diagnosis, standardization of procedures. Disadvantages: the complexity of the mechanism, the cost, enormous data is required for training and precision, therefore it is difficult to achieve accuracy in rare conditions or diseases. Sometimes tooth movement predictions by AI, that is clean check, do not track in spite of overcorrections included in the treatment plan. Like this, I showed you this case. Thus, human acumen plays a key role in such cases. AI should be used as a valuable aid and not as a substitute to human intelligence and experience. In this blog, I saw our pilot aligner patients are more compliant with prescribed wear time when AI technology is used. The compliance rose from 50 to 90%. This shows that we should be finishing treatments earlier and more predictably. This is yet to be shown in a clinic. I totally do not. I agree only partially with this statement. Overall, AI technology has saved us 25% in number of. This is true. Scheduled for those patients in comprehensive orthodontic treatment. As much as everything is heading virtual, we still need a thorough patient's clinical examination, and hence traditional brick and mortar orthodontic practices are here still to stay. Our practices can provide not just mail order treatments, but also an ethical doctor who is bound by duty and care for the patient they treat. So students, please remember this, be an ethical doctor. Don't leave everything to the virtual intelligence. Those embracing the most innovative, new time-saving and patient-friendly appliances and technologies today are likely to stay ahead of direct-to-consumer business models. So, these aligner companies are going directly to the consumers. If this is going to fail, because your skill is going to be, is going to be required somewhere or the other. So the future is like the time melon, You just go on and on. The machines have taken over? No, I don't think, at least yet, the machines are not taken over. But yes, one day you are going to have this crystal gazing side. Just when we thought the world we are in now was straight out of Interstellar, mapping prediction is probably faster than we think. The future is here. So you can, just thinking, you can achieve something called as 6D printing, use of the sixth sense to instantly and conveniently 3D print the objects just by thinking about them. Okay, so this is here. It is dangerous for us, but our clinical acumen is most important. So it is like we are going into the world of, you're thinking of a pizza, you want to eat a pizza, the computer will manufacture the pizza and deliver it to you. This is what you are looking at. This is our small setup. This is our staff. Before you start anything, learn how to finish it. Please remember, students. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Desru, for the very interesting opportunity to listen to your material seminar today. So I'd like to give a short recap. So everything nowadays seems to go digital and virtual and has its own advantages and disadvantages for that. But this change is undoubtedly vital and could cost you the growth of something, even if you didn't do anything wrong. To keep up with the times, it is important to keep reading and reading. Technological infusions that are important, such as appliances, imaging, and rapid prototyping, are important to know in the world of dentistry. What we can look at is the digitizing of treatment in orthodontics. One of them is through artificial intelligence, which is the simulation of human intelligence through machine. Through machine learning of patient records, artificial intelligence can help produce an efficient treatment plan. However, ultimately, artificial intelligence cannot replace the human mind in any way, even if it could support us greatly. Okay. Thank you very much, Doctor, for the great presentation today. And now we will move on to the question and answer session. So I would like to remind the participants to send in your questions through the Slido link. And if you have a question that you like to say to Dr. Desru directly, you can use the raise hand feature and then turn on your mic. Okay, so to the committee, could you please share the Slido screen, please? Okay, so there is already the first question, Dr. Desru. Would you like to answer it directly or?
Development of AI allows businesses to discard the need of dentists. Patients are able to go to the website and not the dentist to plan a treatment. As I told you, as I mentioned this, is it true? See, this is happening. Commercial, these companies are this treatment, trying to make the treatment very commercial, but this is bound to fail. As I said, ultimately, if you go direct to the consumer, you are going to land. I firmly believe, at least till now, I still believe that going directly to the computer is wrong. It is unethical, and you know, and not the dentist to plan. If you do that, I am very sure these companies, these aligners, whoever is going directly, patients are going to land up with, you know, TMJ problems, other occlusal problems, wear and tear problems. As I told you, as I showed you in my slides, see, even if you have got the best of artificial intelligence, the best of clean check plans, still movements do not track. The computer is different and the biology is different. Our every response, a human response, the biological response is different. So just, it cannot be, you have to customize the treatment for each patient. Even if the computer, the software shows you this result, I showed you many times the movements are not tracking. So I would say, at least now, at least today, in today's date, this is not true.
Okay, thank you very much for the answer, Doctor. So for this question, the answer is, this statement is not true because ultimately AI cannot predict the human biology because it's different from everyone and needs thorough treatment from different dentists.
Yeah.
Okay, so for the second question is
Yeah.
study state CPCT exposed to patient. Okay, doctor, you may answer.
Yes. Now, this is a very, very, what you say, this is the very hot topic. People are overexposing because of CBCT. You're right. Should it be still used for non-critical treatments like aesthetic? I don't think so. I don't know. I do not believe that every patient you have to take a CBCT. I feel that is unethical. So in cases where you require to take a CBCT, then only where you suspect your normal 2D image like an OPG or your intraoral X-ray shows, say, a dilaceration, an impacted canine, or somewhere you feel that the 2D image is not sufficient for you to diagnose the case properly or to develop a treatment plan properly, then only I think you should use the CBCT. Otherwise, I do not believe it should be used for non-critical treatments.
Yes, doctor. So it shouldn't be on the first meeting and then you directly ask the patient to CBCT. We shouldn't do it like that. You should do it only if it requires it.
See, this commercialization is making a lot of doctors unethical. It is like, you are working for that company rather than you yourself having your own judgment. Yeah.
Okay, very true. So we must look out for the increasing commercialization of dentist treatment these days.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, doctor. Can we move on to the next question? Okay, there's the question from Tina. We can answer the question.
Yes. Is there any trouble caused by the software used that affect in aligner treatment outcome? I won't say there was trouble, but as I said, the software always is not correct. Rather, the biology and the software do not go together. So I always tell my patients, when I show them the smile projection or the teeth projection, that as I said, the outcome simulator, the teeth may not track accordingly. So we will require additional aligners for treating you completely. So please do not rely totally on the end result. So suppose your clean check plan or the simulation comes to say 40 aligners. So patient says, how much time will the treatment take? So I say 40 into 10, that is 400 days. But will it get over in that 400 days? Then I tell them, no, we will require additional aligners, because invariably in my experience, I have found that very, very rarely that, the prescribed amount of aligners, the treatment has got over. I have had to have additional aligners. So yes, I would. There is no trouble, but you should be aware of the fact that the software will always not give you the true result. Yeah.
Ultimately, the dentist should have some information more than the application itself, because it's designed only to help us, right?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, thank you for the answer, doctor. Maybe we can move on to the next question. Okay, this question from
what is the superior of a clear aligner over a bracket? I won't say anything is superior or inferior. Clear aligner distinct advantages are that as I mentioned, that they're invisible, they're less cumbersome, there is no bracket breakage, there is no irritation of the bracket or the wire, something is poking or anything. Patients can eat anything they want to, because they can remove the aligner and remove the aligner and eat. So in that sense, it may be superior, but from the movement aspect, from the treatment movement aspect, I don't know, because you are the orthodontist, you are a skilled person, your training has skilled you to move the tooth as and when you want it. So I would not say it is something like superior or inferior. It is basically a choice. And remember, clear aligner therapy is a learning curve. You have to, it is not as easy as it looks. There are a lot of small things which you have to take into consideration to achieve the same result which you will achieve by fixed appliances. Your training basically just now, at least our training is more in fixed appliances, you know, and we are learning about clear aligners. So I would not call it superior at this stage, at least, because there are some movements which are sorry.
It's okay, doctor.
Yeah, sorry. There are some movements which are, difficult with clear aligners, like protraction. You know, protraction, bringing the molars forward is difficult with clear aligners. Yeah. So do not categorize it as superior or inferior.
Okay, so there's no outright superiority between the clear brackets or the other aligners. There's no superiority there, doctor, because it must be different for every patient.
Yes.
Thank you, doctor. Okay, there's, I think, the next question.
Is machine learning using patient records ethical? Very, very nice question. Yeah. Is machine learning using patient records ethical? Well, whenever I'm presenting all the patients which I showed, I have taken permission from the patient. But I am not understanding this question. Is machine learning using patient records ethical? What do you mean by that? Means whether presenting is ethical or machine learning using patient records ethical? What does that mean?
If I may help translate the question, maybe it's about having to do with the machine learning of the artificial intelligence. They must use the patient record, like from the presentation you mentioned, and
this will come under patient consent. If the patient consents only, then we can use the records with the company. So we take an informed consent from the patient always. The patient knows that the records are going to be uploaded to the company. Yes, the company is benefiting. It is getting a huge database, and they have been able to do all this because of that. But then from your side, if you want to do clear aligner treatment, then you have to submit all the records to the computer, to the company's database. So yes, you have to take an informed consent from the patient. Now, whether it is ethical or not, well, if you want to do clear aligner therapy, you will have to upload all the data, all the records, or the best way is to do your own aligners, in-office aligners. So then the records don't go to the company. So that's a very interesting question, very nice question. Yes, if you do not want to, if you find this unethical, then it would be better to do in-office aligners, that you use your own printer, use your own, printing of the aligners, and use your own software. So you can do in-office aligners. If you do not want to, then it remains private with you.
Okay, doctor. This is a very interesting question indeed, and thank you for your insight on this topic.
Yes.
Unfortunately, I think the time for today's session is over, so we have to wrap up this Q&A session as well as the seminar today. Yes. But I would like to say thank you again to Dr.
Thank you for giving. Thank you, and I hope everybody enjoyed the presentation, and it was informative. And I hope the students, I have tried, it was a short time, I have tried to put my views to you all, and hope to meet you soon. Yes.
We also hope to meet you soon here in Indonesia, Dr. Jasper. Maybe someday you can come visit us and directly provide your wonderful insights.
Yes, and you can share my email ID. If there are any questions, I will be happy to answer them. Yes.
Okay, so the participants who haven't had the opportunity to ask our guest, Maybe you can ask Dr. via email.
Sure.
Thank you very much, Dr.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
So I let the MC guide us to the next session. Thank you very much.
Can I leave the meeting?
Okay, to the MC. Maybe we have a photo session first, Doctor, so please don't leave the meeting yet.
Right, okay.
Thanks to Farrell for guiding the first webinar topic for today.
As a remark of our gratitude, we will symbolically hand the certificate over each to the moderator and speaker.
For the first one, we would like to hand the certificate over to our first speaker, Professor Dr. Sailesh Deshmukh, BDS, MDS Orthodontics, Orthodontic RCS Ed, FDS RCS Ed.
To the operator, please present the e-certificate of the first speaker.
And now we will hold a photo session with our first speaker. To Professor Dr. Sailesh Deshmukh is welcome to take a position.
Thank you.
I will guide the documentation in 3, 2, 1.
Once again, we would like to thank Professor Dr. Sailesh Deshmukh for the incredible material that has been shared to the participants in this session.
For Professor Dr. Sailesh Deshmukh, please don't leave the Zoom room just yet because there will be a group photo session after this.
Next, a certificate will be handed over to the first moderator. To the operator, please show the e-certificate of the first moderator.
Farrell, you can prepare for the photo session because it will be documented after this. Alright, since Farrell is already prepared, I will guide the documentation in 3, 2, 1.
Once again, we would like to thank Farrell for guiding the first material for today.
The next agenda is group photo session. So our first speaker and moderator, as well as all participants, are more than welcome to turn on the camera and take position for group photo. I will direct the documentation in 3, 2, 1. Once again, we thank the moderator and speaker for the productive session, and to Prof. Dr. Sailesh Deshmukh and our first moderator, Farrell, you may leave the Zoom room if you have another agenda. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much, Doctor, and thank you very much to the company.
Thank you.
Okay, continuing to our next agenda is a sharing session with Brawijaya student, which will be presented by one of our exceptional students.
I think all the participants must be curious to figure out the next speaker for this sharing session.
To the operator, please show the student's curriculum vitae.
Allow me to read her curriculum vitae shortly. The next speaker for this webinar sharing session is one of the brilliant students from the Faculty of Dentistry, Universitas Brawijaya. She has won research grant from Tonoto Student Research Awards on 2020, and this speaker has some experience in public speaking too. She was the speaker of Wikalpa and Kampung Sejua on 2020. She is also the secretary of PSMKGI, which is a national organization for dentistry students all over Indonesia, and she was part of the Student Executive Council of the Faculty of Dentistry, Universitas Brawijaya.
Please allow me to welcome our great student, Nurul Lail Adha Mutia. Good afternoon, Nurul Lail.
Hello, good afternoon.
How are you today? How prepared are you for today's sharing event?
Okay, actually I'm so nervous, but let's try to get a sharing session.
Well, that's great. So we'll be looking forward on your sharing session after this.
Okay, without any further interaction, I'll give the time and spotlight to the speaker.
Okay. Thank you, MC. Maybe please share my PowerPoint. Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, honorable professors and doctor, and also good morning, my dentistry friends all around the world. Maybe there is a dentistry student from other country. My name is Raya, and I'm gonna fall in love to find out new oral disease or treatment drugs, especially hemostatic agents in post-extraction, and also chitosan gel foam, and also mucoadhesive patch because of their great availability and bright future in oral treatment. Today, I will share my research experience related to biomucoadhesive patch to cure traumatic ulcers. This research has been done in last year, in 2021, and fortunately, my team got a research funding from the Ministry of Culture and Education of Indonesia to run this research for about 3 months long. And the difficulty of the research was so real because we ran it while the coronavirus still exists, and also the lack of the laboratory. Okay, maybe can we move to the next slide, please? Okay, before we start to share my research experience, we have to know more about the traumatic ulcers. Traumatic ulcers were so interesting for me and my team. We as a dentistry students used to know it as an ulcers that is caused by a mechanical trauma resulting in damage to the epithelial tissues, which often occurs in the edges of the tongue, palate, buccal, and labial mucosa. Patients often feel pain when the ulcers get touched while eating, talking, and also swallowing. Next. Traumatic ulcers happen all around the world with 4% prevalence. Next. And also 93.3% prevalence in Indonesia, which is quite much. Next. Okay, next. Clinicians usually give the patient topical corticosteroid or mouthwash to cure the ulcer by eliminating local pain, but both of them has side effects, such as tooth discoloration and also change in the flora, in the normal flora. Okay, next. Indonesia is an agricultural country with a billion kinds of flora. One of them is ciprocan. Ciprocan usually grows in the neighborhood and so easy to find. Ciprocan or Physalis anguletlin has been a famous object to learn because of its pharmacological content. Research shows that Physalis anguletlin, especially the leaf part, contains high flavonoids, phenolic, saponin, tannin, and alkaloid, which is great for significant anti-inflammatory activity but rarely used as medicines. Its pharmacological nature content makes us confident to choose Physalis anguletlin as our main pharmacological content, especially its flavonoid and phenol content. Next. The mucoadhesive patch is the latest breakthrough, especially for the invention and research of traumatic ulcers, because of its ability to increase the healing time of the lesion through epithelialization. The mucoadhesive patch also has a great ability to absorb and load active pharmacological substance and deliver it right into the site of ulcer or right to the site of injury. A mucoadhesive patch is also rich in bioavailability, so it can be concluded that mucoadhesive patch is the right choice to deliver drugs effectively, especially in ulcer injury. Next. Okay, this is my team, and with a strong background and great prognosis of the drug, I am Lail and my friends Ara, Dilanina, and also Kak Robah as a leader, and Dr. Astika as supervisor, initiate brand new research and innovation. Titled, next. The effect of Ciprukan leaf extract mucoadhesive patch on the healing process of traumatic ulcers. Next. Our research goal is to determine the effect of Ciprukan leaf extract mucoadhesive patch on the healing process of traumatic ulcers. Next. Okay, this was our research timeline for 3 months. First, we make a patch sampling and extract Ciprukan leaf, and then we combine first and second step and manufacturing mucoadhesive patch, and then we induce Restarate with heat from amalgam stopper that burned for 10 seconds, and then we administrate the patch in Restarate injury, and then sacrifice it and do histopathological analysis. Next. Okay, our first step was making Physalis angulaclin leaf extract. The dried Physalis leaf was destroyed until be a powder shape, and then we soak Physalis powder using 96% ethanol, and then we start the extraction process using the maceration method to get more pharmacological substance. And at the end of the extraction process, we store the extract in the refrigerator to keep the pharmacological substance. Next. Our second step was making mucoadhesive patch sample. We make 3 main solutions, which are F1 solutions that contain CMCNA and then aquabides as mixing solutions. And then F2 solutions contain chitosan and also acetic acid as a polymer solution, because chitosan is also famous as a polymer solutions and usually used for the patch for mucoadhesive or maybe any other patch that need polymer, that need a great polymer characteristic. And then the active solutions that contain HPMC, sorbitol, and then propylene glycol, PEG40, sodium chloride, citric acid, aquabides, and also Physalis extract as the main substance of the patch. This active solution is our main composition of the mucoadhesive patch. And then we mix it using a magnetic stirrer and also vertex for some minutes and at a certain temperature to make it homogeneous. And then after we got 3 different concentrations of the extract, we store them in 3 different petri discs, and then we store them to a freeze dryer. And then we got the thin film from the freeze dryer tools that can be cut and shaped just like an ulcers. So it can be easier for the patient to use this film or thin film or patch to place them in the ulcer injury. Next. But before we started to make a product, we already have an examination animal. We are using a male vista rat with 250 grams in weight and divide it into 5 groups, which is P0 for no treatment rat or placebo. We don't do anything with the P0 group. And then Q1 group for only heat induction action without any medication action. And then KP1 for heat induction action and also medication, which treated with mucoadhesive patch with 100 milligram per kilogram with dose of physalis extract. And then KP2 for heat induction action and medication, which is treated with a mucoadhesive patch with 200 milligram per kilogram weight dose of physalis extract. And then the third group is KP3 for heat induction action and medication, which treated with a mucoadhesive patch with 400 milligram per kilogram weight dose of physalis extract. Next. Okay, we did the acclimatization of animal models or the Vistarek for approximately 2 weeks to make them comfy in the research process, so the rat is not getting any depression behavior, and the research was going smoothly. And then we did an anesthesia before heat induction in the labial mucose with a heated amalgam stopper. And then we observed the ulcer after a day and treat the ulcer by administering mucoadhesive plaster for approximately 4 days, because we assumed that wound healing runs for 4 days until 7 days for the revitalizations and also the increase of number of fibroblasts. Next. Okay, on day 5, we did subject sacrifice with decapitation method and do fixation for labial mucous tissues with formalin solutions and processing them to be a histological sample, so we can use it as an object to see in histopathological analysis using a light microscope to see epithelial thickness and number of fibroblasts to determine which categories are better, faster in the healing process, and effective to cure traumatic ulcers. Next. This was my favorite part, which is histopathological analysis, because we directly see the sample of the tissues, especially epithelial. This was the result of our histopathological observation. We can see that the observation shows us the different thickness of epithelial tissues, with the thickest in KP1 and the thinness in K1. We measured it using a software which connected to the light microscope in laboratory. Okay, next. Okay, after measuring all thicknesses, we do statistical analysis with one-way ANOVA, which show a significant difference in the average thickness of the epithelium between the treated group. And also, we did the post-hoc examination, which result stated that the highest epithelial average is in the KP1 treatment, was significantly different from the K0, K1, KP2, and KP3 treatment. Okay, next. This was the result of histopathological observation and analyzed of a number of fibroblasts on day 5. We can see that the observation show us an increasing number of fibroblasts in the K0 group, K1 group, KP1 group, KP2 group, and KP3. Okay, next. And then we count all the samples, again with a software that we connect in light microscope in laboratory. And then we do statistical analysis with one-way ANOVA, which show us a significant difference in the average number of fibroblasts between the treated group And also, we did the post-hoc examination, which result stated that the highest average of fibroblasts is again in the KP1 group treatment that significantly different from the K0, K1, KP2, and KP3 treatment. Next. So from the examination above, we can conclude that the mucoadhesive patch extract of ciprucan leaf or Physalis angulata has a significant effect on healing traumatic ulcers by increasing epithelial thickness and also proliferation of fibroblasts. The most significant effect was in the dose of 100 mg per kilogram weight dose of Physalis extract, which is in group KP1 group. Okay, next. Okay, you can see in the, sorry, can we go back to slide before? Yes. The picture in the left is our product, is our mucoadhesive patch, which has been cutted and ready to deliver in the ulcer injury. Okay, next. Okay, maybe can we go back to the slide before? Sorry. Okay, the patch you see in the slides is positive results and a product of our research, which has a big chance to distribute and cure traumatic ulcers in patients. We have a big hope to do further research to gain more information and then ability and the possibility of new effective drugs, especially for oral medicine disease, especially traumatic ulcers. And like I said before, I interested also in the research of local hemostatic agent in post-extraction treatment. Maybe if you guys interested to do more research about local hemostatic agent, please contact me. In my previous research, that was also in a group. The local hemostatic agent is from cacao, extract cacao, and we made it to be a gel form, which use chitosan again as a polymer because chitosan has a big and great characteristic to contain and load pharmacological substance. So I kinda like to use chitosan in my research. Okay, maybe that's all that I can say. Thank you for your attention. Again, please feel free to contact me or my team if you do have an interest to run research, especially about oral medicines, mucoadhesive patch, chitosan gel foam, and new drug and hemostatic agent for post-extraction pills. Thank you so much for having me. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thanks to Nurul Lail Adhamutia for the awesome sharing session.
After this, we'll be moving on to the next question and answer session.
To the operator, please show the list of questions on the screen.
Let me read the first question. To Lail, is it possible that mucoadhesive plaster in this study was absorbed directly into the mucous or should be removed after some minutes?
Okay, thank you for the question. Yes, in our research, the mucoadhesive plaster is possible to absorb in the mucous, so we don't need to remove it after some minutes because it will absorb to the mucous tissues. There are two different types of oral adhesive patch. First was dissolvable matrix for drug delivery to the oral cavity. Usually, these patch are longer acting and then have a solid forms such as tablets and then can produce sustained drugs. But in our research, we use thin film, or we call it patch, that have a drug release, sustained drug release for treating oral injury. They slowly and completely dissolve during the use of the drug and leave nothing to remove. So you don't need to remove the mucoadhesive patch while using our product. Thank you.
Thank you, Lyle, for your answer.
Please allow me to read the second question. Okay, to Lyle. Is there any other polymer option besides chitosan as a polymer for the mucoadhesive patches? You can answer it straight away.
Okay, thank you. Is there any other polymer option? Yes. You can use collagen and also gelatin or maybe albumin and polyacrylic acid derivatives which has any protein polymers, because that protein polymers is good for containing drugs. It depends on what kind of effect you want to take from a polymer. My team used chitosan because it is a cationic semi-synthetic polymer and obtained from chitin by the alkylation. And from the research before, it shown that chitosan can enhance the absorption of hydrophilic molecule, which include the flavonoid from the ciplucan. So that if we combine the chitosan and also the extract from the ciplucan, it will be good to promote and increasing time for healing. And also the hydrophilic molecule can be rearranged and associated to the intercellular junction, and it makes the drug easier to absorbed by the mucus. And also chitosan can bind to the mucosa via ionic bonds between the amino group and also sialic acid residues, and can give higher polymer chain flexibility so that it not feel stiff or not comfortable in mucus. The patient is still feel comfortable and it can be dissolved in fast time, so the patient is not feel uncomfortable. So we use chitosan instead of other polymers. Thank you.
What a great answer from Kalail.
Following to probably our last question, can you please explain more about the mechanism of reepithelialization and the relation of increased number of fibroblasts that's supported by Physialis angulate limb?
Okay, thank you for the questions. Yes, it's related to the pharmacological contents in ciplucans, which is terpenoid, saponin, tannin, and flavonoid, and also glyphosate that the committee shows you in the previous presentation. Its flavonoid and total phenol content was so high, and the flavonoid inhibited cyclooxygenase, so it can obstruct or inhibit the amount of inflammation cells that usually migrated in the wound site, so that inflammation action getting faster, because the cell of inflammation is not too much. It's just a little inflammation cell. And then the TGF beta or also KGF beta, which is a growth factor, promote proliferation running smoothly without any obstacle. TGF beta and KGF is also have important function for the reepithelialization, and flavonoid can inhibit the prostaglandin formations, which is famous for the inflammation process. from arachidonic acid through lipooxygenase and also cyclooxygenase that followed by inhibition of inflammatory mediator like thromboxane and leukotriene. So the reepithelialization and the increased number of fibroblasts is because the pharmacological content of ciprocin inhibit the inflammatory cells, so the healing can be faster. Okay, maybe that's all. Thank you.
Thank you for the great answer, Lail. And we have made through the question and answer session. So we would like to say thank you for Lail to answering all of the questions mentioned by our fellow participants.
Moving on, as a remark of our gratitude, we will symbolically hand the certificate over to our great student, Nurul Lail Adha Mutia.
To the operator, please show the e-certificate.
To Lail, you can prepare for the photo session because it will be documented after this.
Since Lail is already prepared, I will guide the documentation in 3, 2, 1.
Once again, I thank Nurul Lail Adha Mutia for the sharing session today.
Before the next session, the attendees are welcome to take a break for 30 minutes. The next speaker session will start promptly after the lunch break section.
We would like to remind all the audience to turn off the camera during the lunch break session.
And we also inform the audience to reactivate the camera when the break time is over.
Common stimuli such as cold food and drinks can cause a short, sharp sensation due to dentin hypersensitivity. Dentin hypersensitivity arises when the tubules become exposed. Hot or cold drinks can induce the movement of fluid within the tubules and activate nerves deep inside, which can result in a short, sharp pain. Sensodyne Repair and Protect is an optimized formulation for deep repair and was tested at one of the largest synchrotron facilities in the world using powerful imaging technology. This technique has allowed scientists to look deep inside teeth and showed that the new formula provides deep and targeted repair within the dentin tubules of sensitive teeth. It forms a robust protective layer over and within the exposed dentin tubules for strong repair and helps prevent the pain of sensitivity. Sensodyne Repair and Protect Deep Repair provides clinically proven relief from the pain of dentin hypersensitivity.
Good afternoon ya sih.
Iya,
Jadi
udah,
nanti
Bu.
ini akunnya nggak usah ya. Good afternoon.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon and welcome back to the 13th Dentistry Scientific Festival International Webinar 2022 Universitas Brawijaya.
We would like to remind all participants of the 13th Dentistry Scientific Festival held by the Faculty of Dentistry, Brawijaya University 2022 to be able to turn off the microphone if it's not necessary, always turn on the camera, and prohibited to sleep, drink, or eat during the webinar. Then we also would like to remind all participants to change the username according to the webinar's rules, which is registration number _ participant's full name. For example, 13 _ Nahira Azahra. Please allow me to recite the rule for today's webinar. Code of Conduct for Dentistry Scientific Festival International Webinar 2022. 1. Every registered participant has the right to get the Zoom link that will be sent via email to each participant 1 day before the activity begins. 2. Participants are expected not to spread the webinar link. 3. Each participant is expected to join through the webinar link that has been distributed by the committee via email at least 10 minutes before the webinar starts. 4. Each participant's Zoom account must use a participant username, which is registration number _ participant full name, according to the name previously registered on the registration link. Every participant who joins through the Zoom link will be directed to the waiting room. 6. The host will only accept Zoom accounts with the same profile name as the participant's name previously registered on the registration link.
7. The host will collectively mute all participants' microphones when the participant enters the Zoom room. 8. Participants who want to ask questions related to the presentations are allowed to use the raise hand feature during the Q&A session or by submitting the question to Slido link that will be sent through the Zoom chat room by our committee. 9. Participants will receive an e-certificate from the committee, which will be sent to the participants' previously registered email account via the registration link at the very least 2 months after. 10. E-certificates is only given to participants who take part in this activity, based on the attendance list and the final results of the post-test with a minimum score of 70. 11. Participants are prohibited to do any kind of documentations, including screenshots, photos, or videos, and participants are prohibited to distribute it. 12. If you face any problem during the webinar, please contact Sabila Faza as mentioned above. Moving on to the next agenda of this webinar, the second material submission will be guided by our great moderator.
To the operator, please show the moderator curriculum vitae. Please allow me to read the moderator curriculum vitae shortly. This moderator is one of the brilliant students in Universitas Brawijaya. She used to be a volunteer in Bina Desa held by the Faculty of Dentistry, and also she has experience being a sharing session speaker and teacher assistant. Besides that, she have won research grant on Tanoto and won gold medal in life science section held by World Youth Invention and Innovation Award.
What are we waiting for? Let's welcome our second moderator, Kezia Vanessa Lasmana.
Hello, Kak. Good afternoon, Kezia. How are you today?
Good afternoon. Thank you, MCs, for introducing me. Well,
are you feeling nervous about being this event's moderator?
Yes, I'm so grateful that I can join and attend this outstanding dentistry scientific meeting. It's such an opportunity for me.
How prepared are you to lead the second material of the day?
Of course, I'm prepared. I'm really impatient to introduce to you all with our next speaker.
We'll be looking forward for you, Kezia.
All right, with no delay, we give the time and spotlight to our moderator.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon for all of the participants of Dentistry Scientific Meeting. I'm Keisha and I will be your moderator for the next seminar session. It's such a pleasure that I can join this particular Dentistry Scientific Meeting. I hope you all enjoyed the previous discussion from our previous speakers, and I'm sure that everyone here can't wait to meet with our next speakers because we still have two more super insightful topics to go. Our next speaker will deliver us such an interesting topic. It is about the applications of 3D scanning technologies and scanners in orthodontics. This session will provide a good opportunity for our participants to learn the current updates on theoretical knowledge, research findings in orthodontics. We can learn together how the 3D imaging works and how we can apply it to the scope of orthodontics treatment. And for the participants today, please be ready because our speaker today will have door prizes at the end of the seminar session. More information about the door prizes will be announced by the speaker directly. Just like the previous session, I'd like to remind all of the participants who have questions to ask to the speaker, you can send your question through the link slideshow that the committee will share on the chat box, or you can also share your question on the Zoom chat box. And if you want to ask your question directly to the speaker, you can use the raise hand feature on the reaction button on the right corner of your screen. And you can ask directly during the Q&A session after the speaker share their presentation with us. Don't miss this chance to get the wonderful insight from our incredible speakers. Now, I'd like to introduce you to this session speakers. To the committees, would you please present the CV of our outstanding speaker? Okay, today's speaker has been appointed as a speaker at their previous prestigious seminars, and the most recent one was on webinar lecture and hands-on on instructor download system Ikorti Jatim on September 2021. Let's move on to the next. He has been an editor in several reputable journals, such as PDGI Journal, and he published various journals as seen on the screen, both as co-author and first author. He also has many achievements, such as being the exemplary doctor in Puskesmas Kota Madya Mojokerto in 1988, winning on various competitions and actively involved in the world of research. He is also an active member on several professional associations. Now he works as a lecturer on odontology forensic department on Universitas Erlangga. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Daniel Harino Utomo, Doctor of Dental Surgery, Orthodontics, PhD. Hello, Doctor.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Kesia. You're very talented.
Good afternoon, Doctor. How are you today, Doctor?
Very fine. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you very well. Are you ready to share your presentation with us today, Doctor?
Yeah.
Sure.
The committee will share the screen.
Okay.
You are welcome to start the presentation.
Okay. Good afternoon, dear honor doctors and doctors to be. Doctors to be is to be the student. Okay. I am very honored to be invited in this webinar. I already know the Faculty of Dentistry since it was born in 2008, because when I was in PhD research, I did it in Department of Biology with Professor Al. Okay, so I'm very, yes, it's very, saya sangat kenal sekali. I love Brawijaya very much. Okay, next please. So this is my idea about 3D scanner. Maybe some orthodontists do it only for data collecting, but I do it more. Next, please. So from point 1 to 4, maybe we can find it in internet, but 5, and the case samples, it's only for my office. Next, please. So this Fondaco is a dealer of 3D scanner and also will give you the price for the quiz. Next, please. This is the trios from Fondaco. Next, please. Next, please. Next. Please, next slide, please. Okay, I cannot see it. So, yes. This is the price for the quiz. And now it's CDBA. They get this for the price. Next, please. This is the WO scanner. I don't know WO. It's WOW or just WO. But I asked the owner, it's only WO. Okay, thank you. Next, please. So, we know what is the function of 3D scanner in orthodontics. We can also data and also mix. Now it's Invisalign. Invisalign, we can do it more easily with 3D scanner. So next, please. So you can see that the scanner will help you in diagnosis with clear aligner. Now many clear aligner, including Rata, and I don't know about this Rata, but it's a simple clear aligner. Okay. Next, please. Next, please. Yes. So we can do it in about 2 minutes for scanning the whole mouth, but it depends on you do it before, and you are already accustomed, and you will be in 1 minute, 35 minutes, 35 seconds. It's very fast. But the difficult time is for training the patient to bite. So before the scan, it's better you teach how to bite correctly. Next, please. So the benefit, you maybe know that it help you to have the data in and the whole intraoral tissue viewing, and you can show the patient and the parents directly what is the problem of your children, and they were usually they already know. I already know it, and I will. And okay, before that, we must make a mold and an impression. Just come back to this later or 1 week later, and maybe they don't come back because they go to other doctor who has scanner. Maybe, but this and I find it very helpful for me because most of my patients just yes, doctor, we know it. I do it. I send it. This is my experience. Next, please. Please play the video. So with the 3D scanner, and I have the 3 stereos, we can see the movement of the mandible. Oh, it's blocked. It's okay. So the patient will be more confident to go to our practice because the doctor know everything. Okay. Thank you. Next, please. So it's some research from the accuracy. You can read it in the articles. Okay, just next, please. Next. Yes. This is the intraoral scanners. Maybe it's very complicated. We must have a laptop with high-end laptop, but it's okay. You can give a special treatment for the patient, and they are very happy. Thank you. Next, please. So it's the intraoral scanner from CDPA. They gave also the laptop included. Thank you. Next, please. If you want to see some research about the result of printing with 3D scanner, there's some many research. Next, please. Yeah, you can also make a print. Yes, print is with acrylic with the 3D scanner, but it's maybe it's more difficult. Just keep it in file, data file. Thank you. Next, please. Yeah. Next, please. Okay. In monitor, we only see the blue. Maybe before. Maybe we only see the blue like this. It's the STL file. STL file is for the printing before the print. And after the print, we can also use acrylic, but it's in the monitor, you only see the blue model. Next, please. If you can see the procedure, it's very easy. You can also integrate it with CBCT, and so you can match it with the other application, orthodontic program, etc. Next, please. So if you want to buy, I want to buy it. Okay, but you must also have the high-end laptop and etc. But it's okay. You can have it someday. But the patient happy because no impression more. Especially with this double impression, which may take minutes in the mouth before take it out. Double impression is very hard for the patient, not for you. But the patient must keep it in the mouth about 10 minutes. And just if you vomit, you cannot take it out because it's very hard. Yeah. Next, please. So, in 3D scanner technology, there's many system, but the 3D or steady scanner for intraoral, we use the optical triangulation. Maybe there's a in the quiz or in the after post test, you can read this before. Thank you. Next, please. So it's the mechanism in our 3D scanner, intraoral scanner. Next, please. If you want to know about 3D scanner or 3D imaging with EC, I have already written an article, so you can download it in the Dental Journal. Next, please. This is a program on orthodontic which help you to have a treatment planning and etc. It's also integrated with the CBCT. You can see it in the down right. Next, please. This is with Onyx Chef. Onyx Chef is a program with virtual planning ortho. Next, please. So you can have many options with the Onyx Chef. My experience is not with this kind of program. I have the orthovision, but it's okay. Onyx Chef is a good program. Next, please. So you can also make a planning in bracket placement with this program. Next, please. You can also make a treatment planning with the program and also animation before and after. Thanks. Next, please. So it is a simulation for the patient. Doc, how can I get more better face or teeth? You can see in the simulation. Next, please. So at the end of the treatment, usually we make a aligner, a clear aligner. We can remove it from the program. Remove the bracket first. Next, please. So now we begin to use how to use the 3D scanner. Next, please. Next, please. So you must preheat the scanner for 10 minutes. And it's also called the calibration. Then choose the tape for the upper or the lower. Next, please. Next, please. Now start with the scan. Next, please. Okay. Next, please. Yeah. Now it's the calibration of the scanner. We must do it first before the scan method, because it's very important. Especially if we use the color guide. Yes. Next, please. Yeah, this is the scan of the upper. Yeah, the blue one, the blue color is the guide for the occlusion. So you see the movement. Just in the 3-shift trios in my office. Yes, next please. Yeah, next slide please. So this is with braces. If you want to see the progress of our treatment, we can see also, but usually it's more difficult because the bite will not the same with the first bite. Okay. Next, please. Yes. When we do a research, we also can use the 3D scanner. Usually, my students use the Rapid Form Explorer for measurement. Next, please. Next, yeah. Yeah, the STL file is the file which are easy to measure by Rapid Form Explorer. Next, please. You must change it from the intraoral scanner to STL. Next, please. Next, please. Yes, next, please. Yes, next, please. Yeah. With the Rapid Form Explorer, we can see a number 4 point before after the, so it's very precise. Next, please. It's very precise. Next, please. Now, it is my student from the Master of Forensic. They use the scanner also and bite mark. Next, please. Next, please. Why its bite mark must be documented? Because it will change after time. So if you can scan it directly, it's better. Next, please. My intention is like this. If you make a bite mark on the maybe in chocolate, you can turn it and manipulate, and you can see the cusp of the teeth. If you bite on the chocolate, just scan it, and you can see how we bite this chocolate. Just turn it. You can see the you can see the cups of the teeth. So it's your teeth. Okay. Say next, please. Next. Next slide. Next slide. So this is the result. So you can see this one is with the chocolate. This is the copy of the negative, yeah. So the negative print of the bite mark. So you can see who bite you or bite the victim, because you can also see the cups of the teeth. Next, please. In this research, we found out that the mandible is a better sex determinator than maxilla. Next, please. Okay. So I think this case is more attractive than the theory. Maybe my cases is very difficult for me, but I will try to show you. If you come to a orthodontist, maybe you can on this show, doctor, my front teeth is protrusive, my just like this, or crowded. But orthodontist not only treat your front teeth, you also treat your occlusion, not front teeth. So let's begin with my case. Next, please. This is my patient, 33 years old, severe crowding. So the upper teeth is okay. Next, please. So the upper teeth is okay, but the lower teeth is very crowded. You can see it when after this. Next, please. So this is before and it's after. Can you see the before, please? Next slide, next slide. So before is like this. You can see the lower teeth is very crowded. So, and she don't want to be extracted. So what can I do? She has a collapsed teeth and very crowded. But what I can do after? It is without extraction. In this case, we must operate the lower teeth. If it's a simple one, you just use the removable appliance with transversal expansion. Use screw. But if very difficult like this, I use TATs. TATs is mini screws. TATs is TAD, temporary anchorage device. You can see on the picture later. Next, please. So this one is also a beautiful lady, but not a beautiful teeth. You can see the so many teeth, so many canine, and maybe a Dracula and the lower teeth. But she said to me, I want to marry one to on the end of next year. So you only have 1 month and 1 year and 6 months. Oh, how can I do without extraction? I don't want too many extraction. Someone told me I must have 4 extraction. Okay. Look, so what I can do? So next, please. Next slide, please. So I put TATs. So that the TATs, TAD, mini screws. I put 2 TATs to move the teeth. So what is the result? Next, please. It is 1 year and 6 months. Precise. Okay, is it beautiful? Next, please. Yes, beautiful. And she is very like this. She gave me the picture and she is very happy. Is she beautiful? Okay, thank you. Next, please. So I only extract 1 tooth and put 2 TATs at that case. And this one, doctor, I feel pain in the mouth, in the TMG. I'm very dizzy. And how can orthodontist do? Okay, next, please. So you can see the WhatsApp screenshot from the left side, and I can tell her that it's very difficult. Do you want to treat it with 5 TATs? So 5 TATs, 5 mini screws. Okay, Doctor, I'm very happy if you can help me. I've already go to Surabaya, other Jakarta and Penang. They only told me to have a surgery or just take painkiller every day. Okay, let's see what can I do for you. Next, please. So you can see the buccal segment, the posterior teeth, the molar teeth, and not contact to each other. But the front teeth is okay because she already have ortho treatment before going to my office. And maybe the previous treatment only treat the front teeth, not the posterior teeth. That's why. So if you only treat the front teeth, you can be out trouble, not for you, but for the patient. You can see on the left side is the effect of TMG problem and the revert pain. Next, please. So you can see the difference of the face before and after. Before, the face of the right side and the left side is different. You can see the white, the yellow and the red lines. And after the treatment, right and left is the same. Yeah, almost the same. And I don't know, the cheek is getting more slim. Maybe it's from Dr. Daniel or she is have worked out. Next, please. So this the OPG and the cephalopseph. Next, please. Now, this is the before treatment. I put a GIC, you know GIC. I put GIC in several posterior teeth to make the jaw stable. And at the time, the pain also decreased. At the time, only in minutes. And I must teach her how to massage the cheek muscle and this is the temporal muscle. Next, please. Now, this is I put the GIC, temporary glass ionomer cement, in several posterior teeth to stabilize the mandible. Next, please. It's very easy. And the difficult stages begin. I put 5 tests. And the most difficult is from the palatal side. It's very difficult. But the result is very good. Next, please. So this is progress in 3 months. Only 3 months. She began at October 2020, and this is in December. So after 3 months, it is the progress. So only 3 months, we get a good relationship between the upper and lower. Next, please. So it's 1 year later. So it's 1 year. 1 year, we can have finish the treatment, and she is very happy. You know the before treatment, the second molar and first molar is very like this, flying to the moon. Okay, next, please. So it's very happy, and she is going to marry about 4 months later, ready for wedding party. So I've already 2 patients with going to wedding in this case. Next, please. Now, this the patient has already have 2 times auto treatment before, and her mother is a doctor, a dentist. So when she came to my practice, her mother complained, "Why, doc? She has already have 2 times ortho treatment, and you suggest to 1 ortho treatment more." It says, okay. So I already said to the patient, the result of it's your problem is not the posterior teeth, not contact. Okay. Next, please. So you can see the posterior teeth, not contact. Only the front teeth is beautiful, but the front posterior teeth cannot contact, and that's why she has many problems. After I put GIC like the previous patient, the pain was relieved in minutes, not hours or days, minutes. Next, please. Oh, the right one is yes, it's from 1 month ago. I think it's okay. She is very happy. Next, please. So this is the scan of the patient before my treatment, and also the bite. You can see the bite is very bad. She kind of occlude the upper and lower. Next, please. So that's why she suffered from headache and etc., and fainting. She called it blackout. I have already have blackout 2 times. What is blackout? I don't know. This one, I'm going to jatuh. Oh, I know, you fainting. No, blackout. Blackout is dark. Okay, next. Blackout is the lamp is dead. Next, please. So you can see that the collapse arch is very dangerous for us, not for only for the orthodontist, for us, because it make us dizzy, make it vertigo, and etc., etc. Next, please. Yeah, next please is the same. No blackout. So it is case number 5. Telescopic bite. Next, please. What is telescopic bite? Just see the arrow. It's bilateral, so it's left and right. Next, please. It's very difficult. So, difficult case. Next, please. And why do you not, don't you extract the teeth and make the wisdom tooth erupt? I cannot, because the wisdom tooth is absent. She don't have the wisdom tooth. If she has, I will take out the second molar, but she doesn't have the upper wisdom tooth. So I must take the second molar inside. Yeah. Yes. Next, please. Yes. So I must put some tests more to distalize the second molar and put it inside. Next, please. You can see the progress. The molars coming inside. Next, please. So it's the progress also. I also has to upright the lower molar. So it's very difficult. You can see the picture on the left side. Next, please. So this is the screw, mid text, and I put it in the upper. Next, please. So it's the result. Next, please. This is the last case. It's very hard. You can see it. Next, please. Scissors bite only 1 until 1.5% population. But it's bilateral, not unilateral. So it's more difficult. Next, please. This is from the journal, not for me. Yeah. So we can compare with my case. Next, please. So this is my case. You know the upper jet 2 centimeter, maybe 2 centimeter. You know the upper jet. The distance between upper and lower front teeth, maybe more than 2 centimeter, 20 millimeter. And what can I do? It's very hard. Let's see. Next slide. So, what you can see the lower right. Is it beautiful? And before is the upper, and now is the lower. So I can make the patient happy and the parents also happy. You can know the difference. Next, please. So it's the summary. So you can read it after this webinar. Because you can ask the record of this seminar. Maybe the panitia committee will give you. Okay. Thank you. Next, please. Yes, thank you. This is my picture, my own in Gunung Merapi, Central Java. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Daniel, for the great presentation.
Right.
It's super insightful. You talk about the 3D oral scanner, and maybe that's a not so new technology, but for me, it's such good technology that you can learn more. Not only when we study back then, we only use dental impression, alternate impression, and you teach us how to use the 3D scanner.
Yeah, you can visit my office soon. That time.
Okay, so now let's move on to the Q&A session, and I would like to remind to all the participants, you can ask Dr. Daniel directly via raise hand feature, or you can ask through chat Zoom, or you can go to the link Slido that has been provided in the chat box. So maybe we can see. I think there are some questions that already submitted in the Slido on the Slido website. Okay, for the first question, I'd like to read the first question. Can the result of 3D scanner be printed like the dental cast? And what material is used for printing? Maybe like the dental cast. Can the 3D scan be printed?
So I want to give you some explanation about 3D printer. They use many materials. If you make just mainan jadi apa? Just a model, not to go inside our mouth. just it's acrylic or plastic. If you can also use the for clear aligner, you must make a special spesial bahan untuk itu ya, karena clear aligner juga ada yang 3D printed seperti untuk such as Invisalign. Sorry, clear aligner. No, it's not clear aligner. You must use a special material.
Okay, so let me summarize the answer. So there are some material that can be used for printing the 3D scanners, like plastic or acrylic if you don't use for medical tools, or you can just use the plastic and the acrylic for models, and you can also use such specialized material for aligner. Is that correct, doctor?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, doctor, for the answer. Maybe let's move on to the next question. Can you please explain more about the connection between teeth and jaw structure and why it can make you black out if not fixed? Maybe the case from previous cases that you explained.
It's very difficult to to answer, but I will try to answer. At this time, there's so many problems with the headache, and they maybe consume painkillers every day. If she or he consume painkillers, maybe they have gastritis, the acid, too much acid, and she maybe consume also antacid. You know, antacid, if you eat it regularly, maybe in about 6 months or 1 year, because I already saya pernah mengalami juga too many antacid. You can just like vertigo, because the antacid also have a metal constituent that also can they attach to the brain. Because I know that, because I also have to answer this question for my patient. Why can I black out? I'm not tidak dipukul. Kenapa saya bisa black out fainting? It's maybe for your antacid. So just do not consume too much antacid. Just relax with Spotify. Yes. Okay, you can learn. Yeah, maybe I can also seek if the audience want to not consulting, discuss about this, just chat to me.
Okay, sure, doctor. That was interesting for me also, that patients, by the pain from the jaw structure, that maybe it's not correct, and the patient regularly consume pain controller and antacid, and the metal constituent in the antacid can also block and interact with the brain, and maybe the patients can faint. Yeah, so the takeaway message: we must not eat antacid and pain controller regularly. Okay, thank you, doctor. And we move on to the next question. This is a great question. From your experience, is there any significant changes in the treatment outcome between using the dental cast and using 3D scanners? Are there any significant difference between maybe the alginate impression and using the 3D scanners?
Okay, thank you. I think the outcome of treatment depends on us, or the doctor, dental cast is only for the model for data collecting. Even it's conventional with gypsum or with the 3D scanner, I think it's not it's okay, but our mind will keep doing better than the difference. Before I I only have the 3D scanner for about 2 years, but my patient is okay. But we can also I can improve it more the quality of my treatment by 3D scanner because this is a micro aesthetic. We can see the whole area until the most posterior, how to the molar bite, not just open like that. Because if you ask the patient, are you happy with the patient? Oh yeah, I'm already smile very good. It's beautiful. But can you bite? Oh no dok, but I am already, saya sudah puas dengan senyum saya. Tapi kan you make another problem with the posterior. You cannot do it. If you can do it before finish, there's something wrong with my treatment. We can improve it as soon as possible. Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you, doctor. So actually, it depends on how the doctor or orthodontist handle the
Compliance of the patient.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have a patient that only come 3 months, and one is every two weeks. So it's better the result is better the 2 weeks, not the 3 months. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, doctor. And we move on to the next question. Does the 3D scanner have any side effects when used, or are there any cases that cannot be scanned using 3D scanner?
Okay, thank you. I think they have no side effect, because they only have a beam, so not radioactive, no radiation or etc. Just a laser beam, just a beam, yeah, beam, and mirror and beam. There's no radiation. The even in the Christmas patient, we can still use it, even not very clear, but the patient already know, oh, this is my problem. If you must use a camera, it's not difficult, because camera, I also have intraoral camera, but not as good as this. Thank you.
Okay, doctor. So 3D scanner doesn't have any side effects because it only used laser beam, not any radiation thing.
Yeah, no radiation.
From the 3D scanner. Okay, maybe let's move on for the last questions. Are there any questions left? Okay, I think there are any more questions. Maybe for next, we can move on to the door prizes questions from doctor.
So yes, I want to share the question. Sudah bisa ya saya share screen?
Yes, doctor, you may share.
So the question is 2 questions, and every question has 2 answers. Oh, sorry. This question will have a gift from CTPA. Can you see the question?
Yes, we can see the question.
Yes. So please answer it and raise hand. Who's the first will get the prize.
Okay, so for all participants, you may answer the questions, and for the first participant who answer correctly, and you can raise hand via via reaction feature on the Zoom, and you can get the prize that Dr. Daniel mentioned. Maybe I'll read the questions for you guys. Please mention two terms of malocclusion in this presentation, which upper posterior and lower posterior teeth do not occlude correctly with their antagonists. Maybe are there any participants who bravely and who want to get the prize? Answer the question. Or maybe you can chat on the chat. There is one question, one answer from Zulfano.
Is it the fastest?
Yeah, he's the fastest. Maybe Zulfano Raini, you can, if you are able to open your camera and your mic, you can say directly to Dr. Dan.
What is the answer? Who's please the name and the where you come from Malang or from?
Okay, Zulfa Nur Aini. Maybe she can open the camera.
Okay, but this is a good answer. I want to share the answer. Yes. Okay. Yeah, it's right. So you can contact the committee to get the prize soon. Okay, thank you. Now, it's the second quiz.
Excuse me, doctor. I think the share screen is still on your document.
Okay. Oh, not yet.
Yeah. Maybe you can re-share screen your question.
This is the answer.
I'm sorry, I can't see the answer.
The answer, you can see it. News there.
Now I can see the answer.
Okay, yeah. So I think it's okay. So you can get the prize. So now is the second question. Can you see it? Can see it? You can.
I think
not yet.
Not yet, because it's a different screen that you share, not the PowerPoint.
Okay.
Yes, now I can see the question.
Yes.
Maybe.
How to treat the collapsed lower arch in this presentation? Yeah.
Okay. Are there
You
any?
want to answer it?
Maybe you can type your answer on the chat box.
Yes.
Like the previous participant. How to treat collapsed lower arch in this presentation. Maybe let's wait for another minute for the participants to answer the question.
Okay, still no answer.
Yeah, I think maybe you can give a clue for them.
Okay, just take if you have already do it in sekolah dokter gigi, apa yang kita pakai? Yang sekolah dokter gigi kerjakan apa? Jadi ini this for expansion of the jaw. What do you use in dokter gigi S1? How to expand the jaw? Do you know? What are you using the? Are you using the fixed appliance or other one? Fixed appliance. The opposite. What is fixed appliance? Okay, I think just one answer is okay.
And there is an answer from the participant named Indriarti. The answer PAD.
Yeah.
Is that correct, doctor?
Yes, it's correct.
Okay.
Who is the first one?
The Indriarti. Maybe you can open your camera and say hi to doctor and answer the question because you get the answers right. Are there Indriarti? I think he can open the camera.
Okay, but I'm very happy that all of you already understand my webinar, because most of the cases is difficult, but I'm very happy to help the patient. Maybe some of you want to be an orthodontist, that's okay. You can make people happy too. Yeah, I think Dr. Indriati from Semarang. Okay, we give the, I want to share screen. Can you see it?
Not yet, doctor.
Not yet. Oh. But I want to tell you the answer is removable appliance with mid screw that expand the lower arch. That's number one. For easy uprighting. But if you want to do a more difficult case, you must use tabs. to upright the molars.
Lower arch.
Lower arch. It's very difficult. How to put lower removable appliance with the molar like this? How? How? Do you know how to do it? Maybe the next. I already invented it. Maybe the next webinar I will give you the clue how to upright the molar without tests in the situation like this. Yeah, next webinar. Thank you.
That's interesting also, Doctor.
I have many inventions.
Okay. Thank you, Doctor, for the questions, for the quizzes, for your door prizes. Maybe the participants, Dr. Indriarti and Zulfa, can contact the committee so that we can get the door prize. And for maybe this is the end of our session, and I would like to give you a summary about today's topic. 3D imaging is an orthodontics in orthodontics can help us to collect data, diagnose, and treatment planning easier. And it can help shortening time of the visitation, and it can be integrated also in most diagnosis and treatment planning application in Onyx step application. And the major benefit of digital data include that they can be stored for long periods of time, and mass storage technologies such as cloud storage system, which can be routinely backed up. With the advancements of today's technology, 3D scanner, 3D imaging can be useful for our daily practice. And maybe that is for today's session. Thank you, Dr. Daniel, and I'll give back to the MC. Thank you, Dr. Daniel.
Thank you.
And maybe next we can take a photo and the MC will guide us.
Thank you, Kezia Vanessa, for guiding the second material today.
The next agenda is handing over a certificate to our second speaker, Dr. Daniel Harino Utomo, DDS, Orthodontist Specialist, PhD. To the operator, please show the certificate for our second speaker.
Dr. Daniel Haryono Utomo, DDS, Orthodontist Specialist, PhD, may be able to prepare because it will be documented. I will guide the documentation in 3, 2, 1.
Once again, I thank Dr. Daniel Haryono Utomo, DDS, Orthodontist Specialist, PhD, for the useful material that has been shared.
Please don't leave the Zoom meeting first because there will be a group photo session after this.
Moving on, the next agenda is group photo session.
All participants may be able to prepare because a group photo session will be held. I will direct the documentation in 3, 2, 1.
All right, thank you to Dr. Daniel Haryono Utomo, DDS, Orthodontist Specialist, PhD. You may leave the Zoom room if you have another agenda. Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you very much. Bye.
Common stimuli such as cold food and drinks can cause a short, sharp sensation due to dentin hypersensitivity. Dentin hypersensitivity arises when the tubules become exposed. Hot or cold drinks can induce the movement of fluid within the tubules and activate nerves deep inside, which can result in a short, sharp pain. Sensodyne Repair and Protect is an optimized formulation for deep repair and was tested at one of the largest synchrotron facilities in the world using powerful imaging technology. This technique has allowed scientists to look deep inside teeth and showed that the new formula provides deep and targeted repair within the dentin tubules of sensitive teeth. It forms a robust protective layer over and within the exposed dentin tubules for strong repair and helps prevent the pain of sensitivity. Sensodyne Repair and Protect Deep Repair provides clinically proven relief from the pain of dentin hypersensitivity.
To all the participants, we will directly continue to the third speaker with no delay. We give the time and spotlight back to Kezia Vanessa.
Okay, thank you, MC. So without further ado, next I'd like to introduce to the next session, to our last session that is very outstanding also. To the committees, would you please present the CV for our outstanding speaker? Yes, for our last but not least presenter, we have he is a staff on the Department of Orthodontic Dentistry Faculty on Brawijaya University, and she is has a doctoral program on dental science on 2020. And please welcome Dr. Nurmasitas Lufiana, orthodontist specialist, PhD. Hello, doctor.
Hello, Kezia. Okay.
How are you today, doctor?
Yeah, Alhamdulillah, I am fine.
Okay.
Thank you for the invitation to this event.
Yeah, doctor, are you ready to give your outstanding presentations for us for today?
Okay. Thank you.
Start the presentation.
Yes. Good afternoon, everyone. Today I want to present how do artificial intelligence algorithm work and how magical is it for diagnostic in orthodontics. Allow me to deliver a presentation in Bahasa. Okay. Ya, selamat siang Bapak Ibu semua dan adik-adik sekalian ya, adik-adik mahasiswa yang banyak hadir di sini. Saya lihat kebanyakan mahasiswa. Izin saya menyampaikan hari ini mengenai artificial intelligence dan bagaimana penerapannya sehingga bisa digunakan untuk mendiagnostik di bidang ortodontik. Jadi sekarang ini masanya, eranya adalah era yang mau tidak mau kita harus mengikuti. Karena di sini kita memang sudah harus ikut arus gitu ya, mengikuti arus. Karena kalau tidak mungkin kita bisa tertinggal. Jadi sebenarnya artificial intelligence itu adalah simulasi dari kecerdasan buatan yang disimulasikan melalui mesin. Seperti apa sih sebenarnya artificial intelligence itu? Jadi merupakan yang pasti ini adalah diaplikasikan dalam komputer, dalam bidang komputer. Karena di sini yang berperan, yang meneliti, kemudian yang mengembangkan itu pasti dari bidang komputer. Ini banyak sekali yang sudah penerapannya ya, terutama karena kita di bidang kesehatan, maka penerapannya juga banyak di bidang kesehatan yang kita nanti salah satunya akan kita pelajari atau kita menambah wawasan di sini ya. Jadi artificial intelligence kemarin juga malah ramai ya, mungkin karena Pak Jokowi juga sempat menyatakan tugas-tugas para pejabat itu bahkan mungkin akan digantikan oleh komputer, akan digantikan oleh mesin, akan digantikan oleh robot. Nah, itu yang akhirnya sempat ramai juga ya pada saat itu, mungkin awal-awal pandemi waktu itu. Kemudian ternyata memang pada akhirnya ini di yang akhirnya di abstrak apa ya, maksudnya di yang gambar terakhir ini bahkan sudah mulai dieksekusi. Jadi ini pada akhirnya nanti semua tugas dari atau pekerjaannya manusia itu akan bisa digantikan oleh mesin. Di bidang ortodontik sendiri, ya karena kita sekarang memang membahasnya, dan di webinar ini kita tentang ortodontik. Jadi di bidang ortodontik sendiri sudah pengembangannya juga sudah sangat maju. Barangkali tadi juga dari pembicara pertama, pembicara kedua, yang nanti awalnya dibuat dulu dari pemikiran manusia, kan artificial intelligence itu awalnya dari pemikiran manusia, kemudian dikembangkan yang akhirnya menjadi mesin. Tapi kuncinya itu ada di manusianya sendiri. Jadi kita yang menyusun berarti kita juga harus sudah menguasai apa-apa yang akan disusun, seperti itu. Jadi sudah dikembangkan sebenarnya sudah lama sekali, sejak tahun 1955. Ini Bapak disebut Bapak AI ya, mungkin nggak supaya lebih singkat ya. Bapak Artificial Intelligence adalah John McCarthy ini ya. Jadi di sini yang mengembangkan. Nah, bagaimana artificial intelligence ini dia bisa mengembangkan dirinya. Jadi yang pertama adalah dari awal yang kita butuhkan adalah language. Di sini language itu sebenarnya bisa berupa data, bisa berupa angka, bisa berupa ya intinya data ya, datanya itu bisa berupa angka, salah satunya seperti itu. Kemudian ada data-data gambar, bisa berupa foto, seperti itu. Kemudian dilanjutkan di tekniknya. Di sini pengembangan dari artificial intelligence tuh menyebutnya adalah machine learning ya. Jadi dia itu akan belajar atau dipelajarin selanjutnya di dalam suatu mesin atau suatu alat atau suatu teknik. Kemudian dia akan dikembangkan lagi menjadi deep learning. Karena pada akhirnya di era seperti ini banyak sekali data yang harus masuk sehingga dia harus semakin dalam untuk mempelajarinya. Data-data ini kemudian selanjutnya akan diubah menjadi speech, ini tahap selanjutnya. Dia bisa berubah menjadi suatu teks atau dari teks itu yang akan menjadi suatu speech. Kemudian visinya sendiri yang akan diharapkan dia menghasilkan suatu objek atau suatu gambar. Nah, ini nanti yang jadi keuntungan untuk kita yang bisa kita gunakan. Jadi di sini awal adalah kita punya ilmu tentang apa yang ingin sebenarnya kita pelajari. Seperti tadi mungkin dari Dr. Daniel tentang 3 dimensi. Kita punya data, kalau pengembangannya tadi sudah 3 dimensi, kita punya data tentang ukuran-ukuran gigi, seperti itu. Kemudian bagaimana bentuk gigi itu. Nah, itu nanti kita olah ya. Jadi untuk tahap awal, output dari artificial intelligence itu adalah knowledge. Jadi dia berupa pengetahuan, itu yang diharapkan. Setelah semua data masuk, dia nanti masuk ke dalam pengembangan, kita punya data-data dari yang awal kita sudah pelajari. Nah, itu jadi dasar-dasar yang sekarang mungkin adik-adik punya, adik-adik pelajari, seperti mungkin kalau di bidang orto itu Cefalometri begitu. Cefalometri kalian punya data. Ternyata untuk mengukur suatu rahang ya, apakah itu maju atau mundur atau normal. Nah, kita kan harus tahu ya, seperti apa yang harus diukur, mana anatominya yang diperlukan. Nah, seperti itu. Jadi, itu yang awal diperlukan. Dari situ kemudian kita juga sudah belajar sebelumnya. Oh iya, nanti akan menghasilkan suatu kesimpulan atau suatu nilai dulu sebelum kesimpulan. Nilai dulu, berapa nilai itu. Di situ nanti akhirnya kita juga mempelajari kesimpulan. Kalau dari awal ini kita belum punya data yang lengkap, untuk tahap selanjutnya pasti akan kesulitan. Jadi ini dasar tetap harus kuat. Bukan berarti kita sudah langsung masuk ke, mungkin nanti kita lihat contoh-contoh ya aplikasinya seperti apa. Kita langsung masuk begitu saja tanpa ada pengetahuan tidak bisa dilakukan itu. Nanti akan kesulitan. Jadi itu dasar tetap harus punya. Walaupun ada ada mesin yang nanti akan membantu, kalau dasar ini tidak kuat tidak bisa. Barulah nanti tahap selanjutnya akan dikembangkan melalui mesin. Melalui mesin ini nanti output dari tahap kedua ini biasanya itu berupa data. Jadi kalau tadi sebenarnya kita outputnya yang di tahap pertama artificial intelligence itu tadi adalah berupa knowledge ya. Kemudian yang selanjutnya ini data. Nah, data-data inilah nanti yang kemudian seandainya banyak sekali datanya, kemudian macamnya, jenisnya, nanti akan dilanjutkan yang dihubung-hubungkan semuanya dalam tahap selanjutnya deep learning. Ini sudah digunakan untuk big data yang lebih banyak datanya. Bahkan kalau seandainya data itu sedikit, untuk tahap selanjutnya justru tidak bisa. Ya, seperti itu. Barangkali mungkin kalau contohnya yang sekarang ada startup Shopee begitu ya, mungkin yang sering belanja gitu ya. Kalau Shopee itu mungkin awal kalau hanya 1-2 pembeli atau yang belanja di situ, tidak akan bisa ada data yang keluar bagaimana nanti kesimpulannya atau kita bisa menyimpulkan dari data-data yang hanya sedikit itu tidak bisa. Kita melihat nilainya itu tidak bisa seperti itu. Ya. Jadi di bidang ortodontik ini pengembangannya mungkin ini hanya untuk yang gambar yang kita lihat di sini itu semacam ini ya, jadi langkahnya ya. Jadi awal mungkin tadi seperti yang dari Dr. Daniel, tadi kita punya 3 dimensi, misalkan punya foto yang kemudian akan menjadi 3 dimensi, ya kemudian nanti ada urutan-urutan, terutama karena algoritma dasarnya dari artificial intelligence itu adalah matematika. Jadi salah satu profesi yang mungkin nanti akan sangat dibutuhkan itu ya, itu salah satunya mungkin bidang matematika. Kalau dikatakan ya banyak kita kalau banyak mendapatkan informasi yang akan bisa ini ya mengikuti perkembangan digital itu terutama matematika. Karena semuanya nanti ini akan dihitung sehingga akan mendapatkan suatu kesimpulan. Kalau kita tidak mendapatkan atau tidak mempelajari angka-angka misalkan, nah atau yang pakar ya pastinya ya matematika ya. Kita mungkin kita hanya pengguna, tapi saya yakin adik-adik di sini punya background, punya dasar matematika yang mungkin nanti kalau tertarik itu bisa dikembangkan. Saya lanjutkan dulu. Ya. Jadi di ortodontik ini sama ya seperti tadi, prosesnya itu dari informasi, kemudian nanti dia dari tadi ya tahapannya sama, kita punya data, mungkin nanti data yang paling banyak angka yaitu sefalometri. Nanti sefalometri itu nanti masuk semuanya ke dalam data komputer. Setelah itu nanti akan diproses. Nah, ini sudah mulai ke machine learning tadi. Di machine learning tadi itu barulah nanti akan muncul kesimpulan-kesimpulan yang bisa didapatkan. Ya. Jadi dia berupa awalnya datanya itu akan diubah menjadi di dalam perhitungan algoritma. Sehingga nanti seandainya kita punya keinginan seperti apa sih nanti pada akhirnya perawatan kita, atau seperti apa rencana perawatan yang nanti diprediksi yang bisa dilakukan terhadap suatu kasus ortodonti dengan hasil sefalometri yang seperti ini, dengan hasil 3 dimensi yang tadi mungkin dari Dr. Daniel tadi ya, scan itu tadi punya data seperti ini. Nanti kita bisa mendapatkan diagnosanya itu apa, atau kita mengklasifikasikannya itu, analisanya itu termasuk dalam kategori yang berat atau ringan, atau nanti bahkan kita bisa memprediksi hasil perawatannya itu. Jadi di sini diantaranya adalah di bidang ortodonti yang sudah banyak dikembangkan atau banyak digunakan bahkan adalah identifikasi di sefalometri. Baik dalam menentukan tanda-tanda landmarks-nya, kemudian analisisnya juga sudah bisa kita dapatkan. Di sini juga yang kedua, setelah mendapatkan data atau tadi sudah melakukan titik-titik tadi ya, landmark-nya tadi, kemudian kita juga sudah menganalisis, kemudian kita akan mendapatkan klasifikasi. Kalau sekarang kita pelajarinya kan secara manual ya, kita hitung, kita ukur, baru klasifikasi. Tapi maksudnya mungkin jangan merasa kok kita masih belajar manual lah. Justru itu tadi basisnya dari situ. Kalau tidak tahu ilmu dasarnya, tidak akan bisa dikembangkan. Kemudian setelah klasifikasi, kemudian kita juga bisa menentukan selanjutnya diagnosisnya apa, kemudian pengukuran yang lain mungkin secara vertikal juga bisa. Selanjutnya juga bisa digunakan untuk menentukan kebutuhan perawatan atau menentukan apakah suatu kasus itu butuh ekstraksi atau butuh pencabutan gigi atau tidak. Nah, itu nanti bisa kita dapatkan juga. Kemudian di situ juga sefalometri kita bisa mendapatkan foto selain rahang, kranial ya. Kita ternyata di foto itu juga ada yang tampak ya. Di situ ada cervical vertebra ya. Di situ kan ada tulang vertebra. Nah, di tulang vertebra ada lagi yang kita juga bisa pelajarin ternyata. Di situ bisa untuk memprediksi suatu maturasi. Jadi di situ maturasi dari rahang mandibula. Apakah itu masih bisa berkembang? Kita masih punya kesempatan untuk melakukan perawatan dengan lebih leluasa, karena ternyata begitu dilihat cervical vertebranya itu masih tahap yang belum masih punya kemungkinan untuk tumbuh. Nah, itu bisa dihubungkan antara cervical vertebra dengan ini tadi, dengan mandibula. Nanti juga ya. Kemudian secara 3 dimensi tadi ya, dari Dr. Daniel juga sudah memaparkan. Setelah data-data ini sefalometri masuk, gambaran secara 3 dimensi masuk, semuanya dimasukkan ke dalam mesin, kemudian kita bisa memprediksi kira-kira bagaimana kebutuhan perawatan ortodontiknya. Bagaimana yang akan kita rencanakan. Apa rencananya setelah tahu kebutuhannya, mungkin perlu ekstraksi atau tidak, apa yang dibutuhkan. Kebutuhan tempat, ternyata kita butuh banyak tempat untuk merapikan suatu gigi. Apakah akan diekstraksi, apakah distalisasi, atau kan mungkin cukup mengurangi email, gitu, enamel stripping. Dan selanjutnya bahkan bisa memprediksi di akhir perawatan itu nanti bagaimana profil wajah, ya, mengestimasi facial appearance, ya. Jadi bisa memprediksi seperti apa wajahnya itu nanti di akhir perawatan. Atau mungkin di akhir orthodontic surgery ini, ya. Sekarang dari cefalometri dulu. Di sini tadi kita bisa mendapatkan landmarks-nya, kemudian kita bisa menganalisa, menentukan lagi skeletal klasifikasinya, kemudian juga kita bisa menegakkan diagnosis, kemudian merencanakan perawatan, seperti yang tadi sudah saya sampaikan, juga bisa melihat, ya, maturasi dari tulang servikal vertebra, ya. Ini mungkin sebagai gambaran sedikit. Jadi yang kalian pelajari selama ini, atau mungkin yang belum, ya, adik-adik di sini ada yang belum sampai tahap ini. Di sini juga ada Bapak Ibu dokter gigi. Kita punya data. Nah, ini yang penting yang tadi saya sampaikan. Kalau kita tidak tahu sela tursika itu apa, nation itu apa, titik A, titik B, ya kita kemungkinan besar tidak akan bisa menggunakan aplikasi itu. Tetap ini akan menjadi dasar. Jadi itulah gunanya sebenarnya kalau kita selama ini masih belajar dasar. Kita punya data-data, apa sih ini, semuanya harus kita kuasai untuk menuju tahap selanjutnya. Kemudian setelah titik-titik itu tadi, kita buat suatu sudut, ya, suatu sudut. Kemudian kita punya data dari sudut itu, kita bisa menentukan angka-angkanya. Pre-treatment kita punya angka berapa, dia normalnya berapa, nanti bisa dilihat. Nah, ini secara manual, itu sebenarnya kan kita sudah pelajari prediksinya. Tapi nanti kita bisa memprediksi nanti post-treatmentnya itu nanti akan seperti apa, atau kita inginnya seperti apa. Ya. Jadi di sini dari database pasien, ya, dari database ini nanti kita akan kumpulkan semuanya itu tadi, ya. Mungkin kalau saya singkat dari yang saya sampaikan tadi, semuanya kita punya pemeriksaan berupa dari anamnesis, ya, keluhan utama ini, ya, pasien, kemudian dia punya riwayat apa di medisnya, punya data giginya bagaimana, kemudian pemeriksaan klinisnya, ada ekstraoral atau intraoral, kemudian secara data-data lain, ya, dari model, dari fotografi, bisa dari cefalometri atau dari panoramik, kemudian dari kemudian bisa dianalisa. Ini kita juga punya punya data juga, dia pasien itu punya kebiasaan apa, kemudian punya secara fungsional dia bagaimana, apakah ada kelainan pada saat buka tutup mulut, seperti itu. Nah, itu nanti kemudian semua digabung. Kalau baca di rekam medik, ya, semua digabung, data itu nanti akan menghasilkan rencana perawatan. Ini secara manual. Jadi kalau kita melihat prosedurnya, awalnya seperti itu, ya, di bidang ortodontik. Kemudian ini, ya, nanti kita bisa menentukan apakah itu perlu ekstraksi atau tidak. Kalau seandainya perlu ekstraksi, apa yang bisa dilakukan? Maaf, kalau kebutuhan tempatnya banyak, apa yang bisa dilakukan? Kalau non ekstraksi, ya, ternyata non ekstraksi tapi kita butuh tempat, ternyata bisa ekspansi tadi seperti yang dari Dokter Daniel, atau distalisasi, itu menggerakkan gigi ke arah belakang atau mengurangi ukuran gigi, stripping, seperti itu. Ya. Ini juga dasar ini pun kita mesti tahu tentang maturasi ya, kematangan dari tulang cervical vertebra dihubungkan dengan maturasi dari rahang atau mandibula ya. Jadi ini ada stage-nya dari tahap 1 bisa dilihat bentuknya masih seperti apa ya untuk C, ini yang kita gunakan C2, C3 dan C4. Jadi di sini, nah ini kalau lihat ini tulang C2, kemudian C3 dan C4. Nah, ini pun nanti akan bisa digunakan pada saat di aplikasi dari artificial intelligence di ortho. Ini ya kalau mungkin sekedar ini ya menambahkan sedikit ini ya pengetahuan. Jadi di sini ada yang akan ternyata nanti di stage 3 itu bentuknya sudah mulai berubah, sudah mulai yang tadinya awalnya masih flat ya, C4-nya masih lurus, dia itu sudah mulai ada rektam, bentuknya sudah mulai rekta. Kemudian nanti lama-lama dia ada square, kemudian square dan shape ya dia. Kemudian dia mendekati semakin shape ya, semakin tajam di sini ya, C3, C4-nya di sini. Yang tadi awalnya masih lurus-lurus begini. Nah, ini di sini ada angka-angka 25% sampai 65% pertumbuhan ini hubungannya dengan pertumbuhan mandibula. Biasanya kita menggunakan dari condyle ke gnathon di sini. Ya. Ini ada video yang menunjukkan mulai aplikasi kalau di orto tadi mungkin kalau yang kita karena untuk awal ini cefalometri dulu ya. Jadi tahap awal yang kita tahu cefalometri kan butuh untuk tracing dulu atau menentukan landmarks-nya dulu baru tracing. Maaf ya, menentukan landmarks-nya dulu baru tracing. Sini kalau kita tidak punya dasar pasti kesulitan. Kenapa ya seperti ini? Mungkin kalau kita lihat ya ini jadi dia di superimpose dulu, kita tahu posisinya ini ada pre-treatment sama nanti kira-kira post-treatmentnya akan bagaimana. Semuanya nanti tampak di sini. Ini baru kita melakukan tracing atau superimposition ya dulu. Seperti yang kita lakukan secara manual. Maaf. Ya, di sini kan kita dinamakannya artificial intelligence AI ya, dia menyebutnya untuk cefalometrinya ya. Oke. Selanjutnya setelah itu ya, maaf sebentar saya stop share dulu. Ya, kita tadi kembali ke ini ya. Saya share screen dulu. Saya share. Ya, setelah tadi superimpose ya, kita melakukan tahap berikutnya. Di sini kan kalau disebut ya, di sini AI landmark detection ya, kita bisa nyebutnya ini sebagai artificial intelligence ya. Ya, karena masih sebatas dia membaca yang menghasilkan suatu ini sebenarnya untuk menghasilkan suatu knowledge tadi ya. Jadi ini masih sebenarnya belum tahapan sampai ke machine learning tadi. Jadi ini baru semacam baru mendapatkan yang awal ya, karena yang terbatas kemarin yang diberikan oleh panitia tentang ini ya, artificial intelligence-nya. Jadi sebenarnya kita kalau yang pengembangannya lebih jauh itu nanti ada machine learning-nya. Oke, kita di sini di AI-nya ya. Oke, ini ya, selanjutnya setelah tahu tadi titik-titik, kemudian kita juga bisa memprediksi untuk profil wajahnya. Profil wajahnya bisa diatur ya. Dia kalau kita juga tidak punya dasar seperti apa di mananya ya, nanti kita pasti akan kesulitan juga. Ya, di sini jadi kira-kira seperti apa? Nah, itu bisa disimulasi dari mesin ini juga, dari komputer yang sudah dikembangkan itu tadi. Sudah dimasukkan, kemudian banyak sekali. Kalau misalkan sekarang sudah banyak sekali aplikasi ya, di antaranya ini yang kalau yang saya pakai ini yang web safe ya. Yang web safe ini. Ada juga Onyx, punyanya Onyx juga ada. Nah, bagaimana sih sebenarnya kalau ingin mendapatkan suatu wajah yang bentuknya seperti itu misalkan ya. Nah, ini juga bisa disimulasikan. Misalkan wajahnya itu inginnya misalkan tadinya relasinya rahangnya maju ya, bawah mungkin ada yang belum sampai di blok orto, kita nyebutnya maloklisi kelas 3 ya, itu kira-kira nanti akan berapa derajat ya dimajukan rahangnya, atau giginya juga, inklinasi giginya akan dimajukan berapa derajat atau dimundurkan berapa derajat supaya nanti wajahnya itu bisa seperti itu. Seperti yang disimulasikan. Harapannya kan kita melakukan simulasi itu punya dasar. Ya. Kemudian kalau yang 3 dimensi tadi sudah dijelaskan sebenarnya oleh Dr. Daniel, tapi nanti ini saya ini sedikit juga bahwa kita juga tadi di orto itu bukan hanya data cefalo supaya kita bisa menentukan rencana perawatan, kita ternyata juga butuh model. Nah, itu tadi analisanya sudah mungkin dijelaskan oleh Dr. Daniel. Selain cefalo, kita juga perlu data model. Nah, ini mungkin ini awal pengembangan dasarnya dari sini ya. Dari tadi seperti yang dari Dr. Daniel itu sebenarnya dasarnya sama seperti pada saat mau membuat desain untuk merapikan gigi yang mungkin kalau pernah dengar istilahnya sekarang itu liner itu ya, dia ada alat yang langsung dipasang kemudian tuh gigi itu bisa rapi. Nah, aplikasi dari mesin yang ini bisa selain untuk mengetahui nanti akan gerakan berapa derajat seperti itu ya. Itu juga adalah untuk mengetahui kira-kira nanti lengkungnya itu kalau lebarnya seberapa gitu ya. Itu perlu pencabutan atau tidak. Nah, itu tadi salah satunya kan bisa tahu perlu cabut atau tidak seperti itu. Jadi memang kalau mau dibilang kalau disesuaikan dengan judulnya tadi apa itu tadi judulnya how magical ya gitu ya. Ya kalau kita punya alatnya, aplikasinya sudah menguasai, sih kita bisa merasakan gitu ya. Oh, ini bisa ini. Oh, ini tidak bisa. Ini perlu pencabutan atau tidak. Oke, ya. Jadi di sini data-data tadi sama ya dimasukkan kemudian semua termasuk ini nanti kalau yang di machine learning itu tadi bukan hanya data cefalometri, dental yang tadi itu, tapi juga dia bisa dari data demografik atau dalam artian mungkin juga orang itu punya kecenderungan secara rasnya apa, kemudian dia punya genetiknya bagaimana, itu semuanya bisa masuk yang nanti akan disatukan dalam suatu mesin. Nah, ini kalau ini sudah lebih, karena ini sudah mencakup bermacam-macam tadi ya, itu yang sudah melibatkan angka-angka algoritma segala, itu nanti, nah itu yang sudah masuk ke mesin learning. Kalau tadi masih membaca saja, itu masih dalam tahap artificial intelligence. Itu sudah masuk lah, istilahnya sudah bisa dikatakan artificial intelligence. Kemudian yang selanjutnya itu adalah orthodontic surgery. Saya masih punya berapa? Oh, masih ada ya waktu ya. 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 Jadi di sini orthodontic surgery ini sama ya, kalau yang tadi itu kita masih dasarnya, kalau ini biasanya kita akan berkolaborasi dengan bidang bedah mulut. Ya, jadi di orto selain yang profil wajah pasien normal, kita juga punya yang mal atau yang kelainan, maloklusi biasanya menyebutnya begitu. Maloklusi itu kelainan dari ini ya, oklusinya atau hubungan relasi rahangnya atas sama bawah. Barangkali di sini ada adik-adik yang masih baru, masih awal ya, tingkat dasar. Jadi itu ada kelainan di rahang. Kelainannya itu bisa terkesan rahangnya maju, atau rahang atasnya maju, atau rahang bawahnya yang maju. Itu terkesan. Kenapa terkesan? Karena bisa jadi sebenarnya tidak maju, hanya karena rahang bawahnya mundur, terkesan maju, bisa seperti itu. Atau rahang bawah itu terkesan yang maju rahang bawah karena atasnya yang mundur, itu bisa. Atau memang benar-benar maju rahangnya. Ya, ini jadi kalau yang contohnya yang kelas 2 kan seperti ini ya. Nah, itu nanti kalau selama ini kita bisa menentukannya ya oke, rahang yang mundur akan dimajukan, rahang atasnya nanti juga akan menyesuaikan, misalkan seperti itu. Tapi seberapa bisa sih kita akan melakukan atau seberapa jauh kita akan melakukan? Nah, itu yang kita akan minta bantuan dari mesin itu tadi ya. Ini tadi kalau yang atasnya yang maju, kita sesuaikan. Oke. Kemudian kalau yang kelas 3, kalau kelas 3 ini tadi, yang kalau ini kategorinya maksudnya kelas 3, ini yang satu rahangnya itu yang akan dimundurkan, kalau tadi rahang yang dimajukan, ini rahang yang dimundurkan. Kemudian nanti atasnya juga akan mengimbangi, sama ya nanti kalau ini. Saya coba percepat. Ya. Ya. Nah, Nah, di sini setelah kita tahu ya secara ini ya, kita punya data awal yang tadi data dasar, kita sudah mempelajari secara dasar kalau ada masalah di atas SNA, SNB tadi ya, mungkin kalau ada yang sudah masuk di orto ya, sudah tahu ternyata kelainannya di rahang ada yang maju, kelainan yang bawah ada yang maju. Barulah nanti kalau memang ingin mendapatkan data yang lebih lanjut atau prediksi yang lebih lanjut, kita masukkan ke mesin seperti ini. Di sini semua hubungannya dengan ukuran. Jadi artificial intelligence itu memang selalu berhubungan dengan matematika ya.
TPP minta harus bikin tangan kompor dong. Ya, kompor dong.
Ya, mungkin karena ini banyak videonya jadi ya. Ya, oke. Kita lewat saja ya kalau itu ya. Saya lanjut ke slide selanjutnya saja. Oke. Di balik kemudahan yang kita dapatkan semua itu tadi, ternyata itu sebenarnya juga ada keterbatasan. Ya pastinya itu yang awal tentunya biaya ya, biaya yang tidak sedikit itu yang perlu dilakukan, yang perlu dikeluarkan untuk membuat suatu, untuk mengembangkan suatu ini ya tadi data awal yang data dari pengetahuan kita dijadikan dalam mesin atau dari kan kecerdasan buatan yang diaplikasikan dalam mesin itu pasti membutuhkan biaya. Barangkali di sini juga pernah ya ada yang PKM kebetulan dengan saya juga itu tentang artificial intelligence tuh memang kesulitan kita tuh di situ. Itu udah pengembangannya pasti atau aplikasinya penerapannya itu pasti membutuhkan data sangat mahal. Kemudian juga proteksi datanya sendiri juga itu yang akan menyulitkan kalau tidak dijaga dengan baik. Gampang sekali, satu angka saja, mungkin tadi banyak ya kalau kita lihat ada beberapa angka masuk, satu angka saja dirubah, pasti semuanya ikut berubah. Baik diagnosanya, kemudian analisanya, mungkin analisa menurut Downs ya, kalau atau Steiner kalau di bidang orto. Satu angka berubah semua. Dan itu kalau tidak dijaga dengan baik data-data itu, gampang sekali orang akan merubah. Itu kesulitannya di ini ya, di itu. Ya. Namun itu ya juga harus diperhatikan bagaimana sebenarnya apakah itu masih memungkinkan benar-benar bisa mewakili manusia. Kalau kita semuanya tergantung sudah kita anggap itu sudah sangat dewa mungkin ya. Akibatnya apa? Bisa jadi seperti ini. Google Map itu kan salah satu dari contoh pengembangan machine learning ya, atau bahkan mungkin dia sudah, karena sudah datanya banyak sekali, sudah seluruh dunia itu sudah masuk ke deep learning ya. Nah ini terlalu percaya mungkin ya dengan itu tadi mesin, apa akibatnya seperti ini? Karena sangat percaya di Google Map misalkan, akhirnya masuk ke jurang, kemudian ada yang masuk ke tol yang seharusnya tidak boleh masuk tol. Nah, ini semua harus disikapi dengan bijak. Kalau di bidang orto mungkin tadi ya, di bidang orto tadi kita bisa memprediksi wajah. Pasien kita beritahu, ini nanti bisa begini, wajahnya begini. Tapi ternyata apa? Begitu kita melakukan perawatan, hasilnya tidak sesuai dengan yang kita simulasikan melalui mesin. Bisa-bisa kita nanti kalau yang pasiennya mungkin udah ngerekam ya, pada saat kita bicara direkam diam-diam terus ternyata tidak sesuai dengan harapan, nanti bisa kita kena gugatan, bisa seperti itu. Jadi memang harus tetap bijak menggunakan. Apakah memang benar semuanya bisa diwakili oleh manusia? Apakah bisa terwakili? Karena kita harus sampaikan ada faktor-faktor yang ini hanya prediksi, hanya simulasi. Kalau ternyata pasien itu punya kecenderungan secara gen ya, dia gennya itu mungkin agak sulit ya, mungkin ada otot cepat, ada otot lambat ya, biasanya seperti itu juga bisa mempengaruhi pertumbuhan rahang. Ada orang yang otot cepatnya mungkin ya, dia itu lebih banyak, misalkan seperti itu. Nah, itu juga bisa mempengaruhi, tipe-tipe otot bisa mempengaruhi seperti itu. Gennya juga bisa mempengaruhi, atau bahkan habitnya dia juga bisa mempengaruhi. Bad habit dia punya kebiasaan ini. Jadi, apakah memang benar itu manusia bisa menggantikan? Nah, itu kita benar-benar harus bijak dan harus hati-hati. Ya. Jadi di sini, bahkan yang mungkin banyak dijadikan suatu kekurangan dari mesin artificial intelligence itu adalah kalau kita suatu pemerintah atau suatu perusahaan mengeluarkan dana yang begitu banyak untuk pengembangan artificial intelligence-nya yang mereka miliki, sudah mengeluarkan dana banyak, ternyata di satu sisi mereka juga menyimpan data, menyimpan akses, karena takut atau khawatir bocor. Nah, itu berarti kan itu suatu hal yang pertentangan ya, antara yang satunya sudah mengeluarkan dana banyak, tapi yang satunya sudah mengeluarkan dana, tapi kok disimpan, di-keep, dirahasiakan. Nah, itu yang sering kita baca, itu ternyata yang jadi salah satu pertentangan. Hanya orang tertentu yang bisa mengakses, misalkan seperti itu. Nah, itu padahal dana yang dikeluarkan itu tidak sedikit. Ya, kesimpulan di sini jadi sebenarnya tetap ya kita akan mendapatkan hal yang mudah, hal yang baru, yang mudah, yang pasti akan memudahkan. Tapi itu tadi, kalau kita tidak menguasai awal dasarnya seperti apa, kita pasti juga akan kesulitan. Mungkin tadi seperti ya, sederhana saja yang simulasi yang sederhana tadi, titik S di mana, titik N di mana, kalau kita tidak tahu di mana ya kita tidak bisa menyesuaikan dengan aplikasinya. Kalau misalkan kita hanya pengguna ya, tapi kalau nanti ingin mengembangkan itu apalagi. Jadi untuk mengembangkan seperti ini, kita di bidang kedokteran gigi pasti akan diperlukan oleh mereka yang bidang teknik, perlu kolaborasi, kalau tidak mereka tidak bisa mengembangkan juga. Ya, kemudian tadi juga yang harus diperhatikan, yang harus hati-hati, dia harus ini ya, benar-benar apakah bisa diaplikasikan kepada seluruhnya, apakah kita juga harus memberi batasan-batasan. Ya, begitu dari saya. Saya cukupkan, terima kasih. Saya kembalikan kepada moderator.
Baik, terima kasih Dr. Masita atas presentasinya. Izinkan saya untuk kembali menyampaikan beberapa hal dengan bahasa Inggris nih, Dokter. Untuk selanjutnya akan ada sesi tanya jawab. Thank you, Dr. Nur Masita, for sharing your presentation entitled as How Do Artificial Intelligence Algorithm Work and How Magical It Is for Diagnostic in Orthodontics. And let me conclude from what Dr. Nur Masita has shared with us today. As dentists, we need to update our knowledge and on the latest technology in dentistry. And artificial intelligence is one of the tools that our dentists and orthodontists can use because artificial intelligence is based on the principle that human intelligence can be defined in a way that a machine can mimic easily and execute the task, from the most simple to those that are even more complex. And in orthodontics area, there are websites and applications such as web tests that can be used to analyze on cephalometric analysis. And there are also some applications in orthodontics department which use artificial intelligence, such as skeletal classification, assessing the need for orthodontic extraction treatment, determining the cervical vertebrae maturation, 3D tooth segmentation, like Dr. Daniel had already shared with us, predicting the need for orthodontic treatment and proposing the treatment planning, and also prediction of the estimated facial appearance after orthodontic surgery and orthodontic treatment. But artificial intelligence also has limitations, like Dr. Nurmasita said, that artificial intelligence needs a lot of money and equipment, and the concerns about patient data protection and the potential of the system system to make serious, reliable on medical decisions need to be researched. Further research is needed to secure the potential of the system. And now we move on to the Q&A session. I would like to remind to all of the participants, you can ask Dr. Nurmasita directly via link Slido or Zoom chat, and you can also ask Dr. Nurmasita directly via raise hand feature. Maybe to the committees, would you present the questions? Okay, for the first question, Dr. Nurmasita, I'd like to read for you. Based on your experience, does the utilization of artificial intelligence is reliable as a diagnostic tool, such as auto-detect cephalometric? You can answer the question.
Ya, terima kasih pertanyaannya. Ya, jadi tetap ini ya, tetap ada pengaruhnya. Sebenarnya kita punya keunggulan benar-benar mendapatkan angka yang sampai dalam skala yang kecil ya, skala 0,00 sekian itu bisa dapat. Tapi juga bisa dibilang, kalau masih dibilang reliable ya, dia reliable ya. Cuma itu tadi, kalau kita keliru menempatkannya, titik-titiknya, kemudiannya menempatkan titik-titiknya salah, kita tidak punya pengetahuan yang cukup, atau bahkan karena ini hubungannya dengan kemampuan menggunakan istilahnya sekarang mungkin ini ya aplikasi ya, kemampuan menguasai teknologi gitu ya. Nah itu kalau kita sudah keliru, itu pasti keliru semuanya. Tapi tetap bisa digunakan ya. Masih untuk mendiagnosis itu semuanya masih bisa. Tadi juga yang sederhana tadi itu juga bisa menggunakan web safe tadi, cephalometry yang itu tadi juga bisa. Ya.
Baik, terima kasih dokter.
Enggak masalah, misalkan itu malah mempercepat bisa.
Baik, terima kasih dokter. Okay, now let's move on to the next question. Does the artificial intelligence applied in the orthodontics can replace human job as a dentist? Yeah, you can answer the question.
Ya, semuanya insya Allah sih tetap bisa ya, akan bisa membantu tapi tidak menggantikan. Ya sama benar-benar insya Allah kalau di profesi kita, walaupun sudah ada kecanggihan teknologi seperti itu, untuk sementara menurut saya masih aman ya, masih aman, karena kalau tidak ada tidak ada apa namanya operatornya gitu ya, tidak ada operatornya itu tidak bisa tiba-tiba dilepaskan gitu saja ya. Mungkin kalau dokter gigi itu ini mungkin yang dikhawatirkan kan semacam apa ya, Saya rasa kok kalau di kedokteran gigi tidak ya, mungkin hanya bisa membantu untuk diagnosis ya, tapi kalau untuk sampai ke profesi kita itu tidak, karena kita pasti akan turun sendiri. Mungkin tadi ya seperti katanya Pak Jokowi tadi bisa menggantikan pegawai eselon 3, eselon 4. Nah, itu sebenarnya juga sama hubungannya dengan pengolahan datanya. Karena yang tadinya awalnya berupa ini kertas-kertas yang akhirnya bisa menghemat ini ya pengeluaran pastinya, karena SDM-nya mungkin bisa dikurangi dalam hal yang mengatur data-datanya. Ini semuanya sudah tinggal masukkan gitu aja. Tapi kalau ini tidak sampai ya. Sejauh ini sih sampai sekarang ya.
Thank you, Dr. Nurmasita. As for now, maybe AI cannot replace dentists because the emotional intelligence and some emotional intelligence and some aspects that dentist skills cannot be replaced by AI. Okay, now we will move on to the next question. This is the last question. Does WebStep can replace the manual cephalometric analysis, and what special features does the website have? Now you can answer the question.
Ada ya nanti di itunya di web. Kalau ini kan mungkin yang dimaksudnya website ya itu ya. Website tuh ada kalau kalian nanti juga buka, nanti bahkan mungkin di hands on yang sebentar lagi ICBD ada momen tuh ada dari Dokter Neni ya, nanti akan mengajarkan gitu ya, mengajarkan di hands on ya. Tadi saya mau share screen kok, mana ya, lupa belum saya masukkan. Jadi dia ada apa ya yang spesial itu yang bisa saya memang ini ya nggak hafal tapi nanti kalian bisa cek dulu di klik awal itu, pastikan dia untuk simulasi untuk landmarks. Nah itu pasti itu dulu, kemudian itu di landmarknya, kemudian setelah itu di analisisnya itu saja ada banyak sekali pilihan ya, banyak sekali pilihan, mau yang analisis Steiner, Down, atau Jarabak ya, mungkin kalian belum pernah dengar, mungkin ada yang belum pernah dengar maksudnya. Nah itu juga ada banyak sekali pilihan di situ. Banyak sekali ya. Jadi di situ mau titik-titiknya dulu, kemudian sudutnya, kemudian profil wajahnya, bahkan sampai tadi prediksinya seperti apa itu ada semua di situ. Kalau untuk ya bisa sih, memang bisa tetap menggantikan karena memang tujuannya untuk itu. Tapi ya sama itu ada kunci di situ tuh apa, dia itu tergantung kita juga. Kalau kita mampu untuk mengaplikasikan itu bisa hasilnya bagus. Tapi kalau tidak malah jadi ini, malah jadi kacau semua kalau kita tidak punya dasar ilmu. Makanya tadi yang saya tekankan harus punya dasar dulu, karena kalau tidak nanti menentukan titiknya saja sudah salah ya hasilnya pasti salah semua.
Oke, terima kasih dokter. Thank you. Maybe I would like to conclude that WebStep is tools that dentists can use to analyze cephalometric data, and dentists also need to have basic skills on how to interpret cephalometric analysis. And so maybe on the next hands-on, who wants to learn about WebStep, you can join another hands-on, and it can make dentist and or orthodontist can easily analyze the cephalometric with the tools WebStep. Okay, thank you, doctor. Maybe I would like, unfortunately, today is the end of our session. But before we end our session, would you please give some closing statement for us
Sorry.
Mungkin penutupan dokter, closing statementnya buat dari kami.
Iya. Oh, saya tidak fokus. Iya. Ya sudah, terima kasih saja. Terima kasih sudah diundang sini. Mohon maaf ini tadi karena rumah saya dekat ini masjid ya, guys. Ya, oke. Ya sudah, saya rasa cukup Mbak dari saya.
Oke, baik, terima kasih dokter. Thank you for Dr. Nurmasita Silviana as the last speaker for our session on dentistry scientific webinar. And this will be the end of our webinar session. And I'll express my gratitude for all of the speakers. For today, we get super insightful materials and super inspiring speakers. Also, I hope that all of these sessions give us insight for our dentistry journey. And thank you. I'll give back to MC.
Thank you, Kezia. Thank you, Kezia, for guiding the third material today.
The next agenda is the handing over a certificate to our last speaker and moderator.
For the first one, a certificate will be handed over to the last speaker, Dr. Gigi Nurmasita Silviana, orthodontist specialist.
To the operator, please show the certificate for our last speaker.
Dr. Gigi Nurmasita Silviana, orthodontist specialist, may be able to prepare because this will be documented. I will guide the documentation in 3, 2, 1.
Once again, I thank Dr. Gigi Nurmasita Silviana, orthodontist specialist, for the material that has been shared.
Please don't leave the Zoom room because there will be a group photo session after this.
Next, a certificate will be handed over to our second moderator, Kezia.
Thank you for the operator.
To the moderator, may be able to prepare because it will be documented. And I will guide the documentation in 3, 2, 1.
Once again, we would like to thank Kezia for guiding this third material today.
The next agenda is group photo session.
All participants may be able to prepare and don't forget to turn on the camera because a group photo session will be held. I will direct the documentation in 3, 2, 1.
To Dr. Gigi Nurmasita Silviana, orthodontist specialist, and to the last moderator, Kezia, can leave the Zoom room if you have another agenda. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Entering to the end of the event, once again, we would like to thank the sponsors, Sensodyne, Cobra Dental, Seminar Kit Malang, CTBA, Cahaya 3 Bintang Abadi Dental, and Fondaco Dental for all the contributions to the success of this event.
Common stimuli such as cold food and drinks can cause a short, sharp sensation due to dentin hypersensitivity. Dentin hypersensitivity arises when the tubules become exposed. Hot or cold drinks can induce the movement of fluid within the tubules and activate nerves deep inside, which can result in a short, sharp pain. Sensodyne Repair and Protect is an optimized formulation for deep repair and was tested at one of the largest synchrotron facilities in the world using powerful imaging technology. This technique has allowed scientists to look deep inside teeth and showed that the new formula provides deep and targeted repair within the dentin tubules of sensitive teeth. It forms a robust protective layer over and within the exposed dentin tubules for strong repair and helps prevent the pain of sensitivity. Sensodyne Repair and Protect Deep Repair provides clinically proven relief from the pain of dentin hypersensitivity.
At this time, we will conduct the door prize drawing, which will be given to 6 lucky participants, 5 of them for the general participant and 1 of them for the doctor.
To the operator, please share the screen of door prize drawing.
Alright, congratulations to Latisha Dea Anintya, Vira Dwivasta, Widiana Khairunisa, Krisi Visara, and Maheswari. For our last lucky participant, congratulations to Dr. Jonathan Christian Susan.
To all the winners mentioned before, please contact the committee, Shafira, for the door prize claiming.
Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to inform all participants that there will be a post-test after this agenda takes place. One of the requirements to get SKP is to get a minimum post-test score of 70.
The post-test link will be shared via email and can only be done once. The post-test will start from 5 p.m. Western Indonesian Time GMT +7 until 12 a.m. Western Indonesian Time GMT +7.
Then, SKP certificate will be sent to the participant email for a maximum of 2 months after this agenda takes place.
Ladies and gentlemen, finally we come to the end of this event. Let us close this webinar by praying first. Pray based on our individual beliefs. Pray begin. Pray finished.
As the master of ceremony, we would like to thank our outstanding speakers, the guests, the committee, and all participants entirely. And also, we would like to apologize if we made mistakes or offend anyone during this event.
And those are the agendas we have presented to all the participants today. May what we have conducted will be useful for all of us. Once again, thank you for your attention.
Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Goodbye and see you at Dentistry Scientific Festival, the Faculty of Dentistry, Brawijaya University 2023.
All participants are now able to leave the room Zoom meeting. Good afternoon and thank you.